Okay, so good morning from the third and final day of the UK Open in Reading. It's a cold morning here in January, but what better way to combat the January blues than with some high quality Scrabble? So I hope any of you who are able to will be tuning in to watch. Maybe some of you will be watching later on YouTube. Hopefully you have some good games today and a good climax to this event. I'm Mike Chappell. I'm only going to be with you for the first hour this morning. After that, it will be Phil Robertshaw, one of the UK's top players, will be taking over for the next 4 games. And then we have a star from North America, Josh Sokol, will be commenting on the last 3 games, which will hopefully be an exciting climax to the event. Josh is a top player and also a experienced commentator. So we've got the first matchup here. 2 well-known players have been at the top of in UK Scrabble for a long time. Gary Oliver, who's a grandmaster, and I believe has won 12 games in a row to get up to second place. Yes, just to clarify, I said Josh is North American because he is Canadian and not US. He might want that to be made clear. And Donna is performing very well, well above her rankings, so she's making a great effort in this tournament. She's been on screen, well, I don't know how many, several times maybe. One other game that I commented on anyway. So a strong player. So hopefully she can continue playing above her usual ranking and put up a good fight. Maybe finish in a strong position in the tournament. And Gary will be hoping to win the tournament if he can. And it's Gary starting, and he's drawing his tiles, so we'll see what they are. Let's see what his first rack is, and let's hope for some exciting games. And say Gary's on a roll, having won 12 in a row. So Donna also playing well on 10 wins. After 16 games, Gary, I think, on 13 in second place. So Gary's first rack, not ideal, slightly clunky, but he'll be able to score some points here. So he'll be looking to get rid of some of those more awkward tiles, like a B and a V maybe. So yes, he's playing Bovid, which looks like the best move, leaves him with a nice scores well, 28 points, and leaves him with a nice PR, which go well together and could lead to a good rack next time. So that looks like clearly the best move for Gary. Donna also got some clunky consonants a bit on her rack. We should be looking to score with some of those, like her F and her K. So she's just looking at those now. I mean, there's a clear spot for the K above the I of Bovid, so she'll be looking at that, I'm sure. Maybe something like calf there. Either way, she's probably still going to be left with a slightly consonant-heavy rack. Calf would leave CMNO, which is not too bad though. Still quite nice letters. She could play. She could, on the other hand, she could play under that. She could put the F under that I above it and play something like fam, which would leave maybe slightly more synergic CONK, which go well together. So on the other hand, you might prefer to get rid of the K. Some choices to think about. If she just wants to go for the highest score, that would be CAF. But there's a lot of similar kind of moves here that Fank as well would be a possible, or various things with the F, foam. So she'll be having to think about exactly which letters she would like to keep. And yeah, she's come up with CAF at the moment, which, as you said, is likely is the highest scoring move, and would be get rid of her most her two most awkward letters, if you like, the K and the F. Yeah, so she's going for that. That's a good move. Calf. For 33 points. So well played by Donna. And Gary's got he's got an X, but again, not an Iraq that goes that well together, these tiles with the double R. So he'll be obviously looking to score with his X, and Donna's given him one place to do that with Hawks above calf. That looks 41 points. That looks like, or he could do, if you preferred to keep the H, you could play Hawks under making Kip for only 2 less points. I think he'd probably prefer to take the points with Hawks, I think, and leave PERR, which is not bad, and that's what he's doing. So not too much to think about there for Gary, I think. Donna drew a blank to go with her CONM, so that was a good draw for her, but a bit consonant heavy, and so she'd be happy to see the blank, but wondering what she could do with it. Of course, now the blanks on her rack, should be hoping for a bonus, but I don't think she's going to find one this time. So she's going to be thinking about playing off a few of those consonants and hoping for a bonus next time. So something like one word that would clear up the rack quite a lot would be non-com, but that's not the most obvious word, maybe through the O of Bovid. Or she might maybe more likely to play nom under Bovid. That's a move that I think looks fairly kind of standard here. Leaving CNT blank, still no vowels, but you could easily pick up one or two, and of course with a blank, the blank can act as a vowel, so that makes having no vowels less of an issue. CNT, all promising kind of tiles if you're looking for a bonus, which she will be with her blank and early in the game when the board is quite open. So I think she's probably still wondering if she does have a possible bonus word, maybe with that O in Bovid. But when she concludes she can't find one, then she'll be deciding which letters she wants to play off. So I think something like nom would be likely what she'll do. She can't do much above the X. I don't think that might be a place she would look, because she hasn't got anything except the O that goes in front of OF. So there's a hook for the C onto had, but again, not anything great there, ending in C for Chad. But if she keeps the C, she might be looking at using that hook soon. Okay, so she's gone for con rather than deciding to keep the M and the N rather than nom. But also, and maybe she's thinking con also takes the front I, so that would, as she's in a position of looking for bonuses, that would be a good idea to set up another lane. Yeah, MNT still a nice promising combination of letters for Donna to go with her blank. Gary's rack has improved towards a slightly more bonusy look, and in fact he does have bonus possibilities here. So in fact he can use that hook. No, he's not going to use that. Or have I got his rack wrong? I thought he had like I thought he had ripener or refiner there. Okay, but he's just played per. Is that a mistake from Gary? Maybe. I was expecting a bonus there, but anyway, going back to Donna. She's got picked up good, nice letters to go with her. Pretty nice letters. She's got an ing to go with her blank. So I think she is going to be bonusing this move. She's just got to decide. Again, using that hook to con. Something like time-ins or a lot of words, ing words like missed in. Lots of possibilities here for Donna. She's just got to decide on one. They're probably all a lot of them are quite similar, so she probably shouldn't spend too long thinking about which one. I think it's likely to be in that position, making icon. So yes, okay. Another. The highest scoring bonuses, I think, are all making icon, but there is another possible hook, an S onto Hade, making shade, and that's the other possible place to play, which scores, really scoring slightly less though. So Donna has got to decide, which of those places to play. Looks like matins, maybe she's got timed up if she's confident that that's a word. In which case she might be looking at the shade hook. Maybe she thinks that's that could be a bit more defensive, give away less to scores slightly less, but on the other hand, it gives away less to Gary. If you played something like time-ins, you would score a lot of points, but yeah, it would also give quite a few tiles to play through for Gary, who in fact has actually got but she has got timings lined up now, which is, I think, the highest scoring move. But Gary has also got, so she decided maybe making shade is a bit safer than playing icon. Gives less away to Gary and still scores well, like 8 or 9 less points maybe than playing timings and icon, but solid move. So that's for 77. So she takes a lead, but not a massive lead in this game. Gary's got the kind of slightly awkward rack, I think, that oh, sorry, I was wrong. It wasn't time-ins. Okay, it was tame-ins. I've been informed that the blank is an A. So that word was tame-ins, not time-ins. Okay, so meanwhile, Gary's got a maybe slightly annoying rack that where he is close to bonus, but bonusy letters, but not able to score that much. So he's got his decision to make there. He's probably just going to drop off a couple of tiles. Yeah, that seems like the natural thing to do. Play off OI and leave himself with the best possible combination of letters, EI and RT, which is very likely to lead to a bonus next time. So I think that was the natural move there for Gary. So he found that fairly fast. and he'll be hoping for a bonus next time. Meanwhile, Donna, after her draw after her bonus, some slightly awkward in 2Ds, but not bad letters. Not too bad a draw after her bonus. But she'll be looking to play off some of those, like the F and one of the Ds. Maybe. Well, she's just been given a place to play Fad above making Fox, which looks like a decent move, leaving the solid RIND. Fad, of course, also would take some hooks on the end, like E and O, as well as the S. She's thinking of Fard maybe in that same place at the moment, looks like, which is be similar. Not much to choose between those. Fard scores a couple more points, so maybe you might as well use the R, leave yourself with DIN. Good solid move from Donna. Nice rack for Gary now that makes a few sevens, like integer or tree in. And he can play using that icon hook. Also, yeah, I think that's probably the only place he's got to play. No, he can play also making PERE with some of those bonuses, or PERI or and so on. Yeah, so on the end of PER or making icon are the two places. Icon would like the icon hook scores more, so he's going for that integer. Yeah, it's his highest scoring bonus, so seems like a good choice. All the bonuses will go down towards the bottom triple, so you might still take the highest scoring one and take out that icon hook, which could be dangerous for Donna to use. So good choice from Gary. And now he takes a small lead, but this game's still pretty even. They've both exchanged bonuses, and Donna's drawn the J to go with her tiles. So she'll be looking to score something with that. There's possibilities like Jade or above Tamin's with the J on the double letter score, or Jane would score slightly less but balance slightly better, because Jane will undouble the ends, will leave her with DIN, which is nice, whereas Jade would score a couple more but leave her with INN, and so DIN would be a more balanced leave. That looks like the natural place to play. Oh, okay. There is actually Janid. I wasn't sure is actually a word. Okay, something to do with being a janitor. So Janid, there is actually a bonus word on a 7-letter bonus word on Donna's rack, but not playable. Would have been interested to see if she found Janid, if it had been possible. I'm sure she's quite capable of doing so anyway. But Jane goes down, which is, I think, the best move available. So it's back to Gary, who's got not a great rack, slightly tiles that don't go that perfectly together. So and double T, so could be better, but not terrible either. And as I say, the scores, this game is still pretty even at the moment, really. Donna has a slight lead, but not much. So there was a clear place for him to score. He had the right letters to score, so that was fairly clear, to play mate down the left of integer for 45. And then put himself back in a bit in the lead and leave a reasonable lead with GET. Also, he takes out that dangerous spot with the R of integer on the triple line. So I think mate fairly clearly the best move there. Donna's got nice nice letters really on some quite nice letters anyway on her rack, and not quite getting the bonus here though. It's the kind of rack that doesn't actually make a 7-letter word, though it looks promising. So she's got to think about what to do here. If she sees there is a nice place to play down from the sea of icon with cold or coiled, but that she may be looking to play off. That's a bit tricky to see, and she may also be looking to play off less tiles because, as I say, her rack is not that far from a bonus rack. So she may not think of playing off a lot of tiles at once. But that would be the best place to play, coined or coiled or something like that, down from the sea of icon. But that's a bit of a tricky spot to see. But she could play shorter words in that area. That it does seem like the best area to score. So she will be looking there, I think, to the right of integer. Shorter words might be something like odal or alod. Or if she wants to get rid of more vowels, odea, odea, but all those in the same kind of area and scoring about 30 points to the right of integer. If she thinks of starting with the right from the sea, I think coined or coiled or something like that would be the best move, but there are all those, I say that does seem to be the right area to play. She's putting her own name almost down there now, Donna. She's going to play almost as close as almost her own name, is she? Yes, so Donna plays Donna for 30 points. One of the, I said there are a lot of words, a lot of kind of 4-letter words available in that kind of place. So she's chosen one of them, and that's a solid move, 30 points. Leaving herself with LEI. And Gary has AEEGOPT. So he can score again. He's probably going to be scoring about 30 this go. He can't get any massive scores with that rack, I think. Maybe looking above Jane, something like Paige. Or something. I think that's the kind of clearest move. Or that's what he's going for. I think that seemed to be a clear move to play, leaving slightly vowel heavy, but not bad. EOT, 29 points. So another solid move in this game, very even, interesting game. So Donna, Donna, she's got, again, promising bonus kind of letters, and she has actually got a bonus which she may well see, I think, like through the D of Fard, if I have the letters correct. She has I think laertes on her rack as a 7, but I don't think that plays. But through the D of Fard, she's got idealist, which I'm sure she'll know. So she just has to try to see it when she looks through that D. So let's see if she spots that. Certainly a word she would know, I think. Otherwise, she'll be playing off probably just a couple of tiles, AI maybe or something, if she doesn't see that. So, okay, she didn't see it, so she just played off the next best thing, just play off one tile, plus play off an eye, leave herself a promising rack for next time. So, BOI is the play. And Gary's got slightly 2 E's, 2 O's, so slightly awkward rack, a bit vowel heavy, and with those doubles, you may just want to play off a couple of vowels, something like OE, and double those vowels, and although you may want to play slightly more letters, something like, well, you could play TOEA above FARD, but that does open up a triple line on the right, and he knows Donna just played off one tile, so he knows Donna's close to a bonus and may well have an S on her rack, so he'd probably be wary of doing something like Toya. He'd probably want to be a bit more defensive. He could play the nice word kui, but he's going for okay, see code through the D of. I think he's probably thinking not only is that play off some of the letters he wants to play off, but it also blocks that D as a possible floater, given that he knows Donna is close to a bonus. So he's probably being a bit defensive as well there, given what he knows about Donna's situation. Donna's drawn another S to go with her promising rack. So she's got a 7, which does salties, which she's lined up, I think, or almost, or she's. Which would play making fards, or there isn't an 8 through the C. Maybe she's not sure of salties because it doesn't sound salty sounds like an adjective, doesn't it? So you might not be quite sure that salties is a word. It looks like she's seen the 8 though, which is well spotted, which is elastics through the C, so well spotted by Donna. And that's probably the best move anyway, probably better than salties, at least it scores a couple more points. Both words were going to open up a triple line, so well played by Donna, elastics there. And she again takes a small lead, but again, this game is still just seesawing backwards and forwards. No one getting a clearly ahead, and Gary's also got some decent letters on his rack and an S as well. But he's not going to be looking at bonusing this time. We're just improving his rack towards a bonus rack. I think he could play something like Oat above above the ELA of elastics, leaving himself with LEST. He's still got lanes to play bonuses down from the E of code, or hooking onto PER, or making shades, or boys. So still various places to play. Plenty of places to play a bonus here at this stage, and he's only about 30 behind, 25, 38 behind. So a little bit of a lead for Donna, but Gary is still not that far, but still plenty of opportunities to catch up. This is still a pretty close game. So a little bit to think about for Gary here. Does he want to play off just like Oat, or maybe play slightly more with something like Lotta, Lotta, or Lota? Okay, he's going for Lot. Yeah, again, those are the tiles he wants to be getting rid of his double and his O. He's left no danger really above the for that triple, or not much danger, less danger anyway, because LO, nothing goes above LO. But he has left himself a nice bonus lane ending in EL, where his T or his S. You could have play a word ending in T or S or E. So promising for next go for Gary. Slightly awkward letters for Donna. A bit vowel heavy here. And she's looking at she's looking at she had 2 U's, so she's looking at getting rid of one of those U's and scoring points. I think she had to consider between scoring points or trying to play off a few more tiles than she did, but that was her clearly highest scoring moves. I think she decided just to go for that, and her rack UVAER is not too disastrous. Could turn into a better rack next time. I think she decided to just take the points there and extend her lead to nearly 60 points. So put more pressure on Gary. Who didn't draw the ideal letters, so he's had to just play a kind of fishing move to play off his most awkward tiles, OW, and leave himself but he's left himself with a very nice ARST, so a high chance of a bonus play next time. Oh dear, it's not a great draw for Donna, we could say. Just as well she played off that 1 U. If she had to change really with 3 U's there, not much else to do, I think. Unlucky draw for her. So Gary will be pleased to see that. So she decided to change the 3 U's. She could have changed slightly more, but I think that was fine. ARV, not a bad leave. And over to Gary now. Now he has drawn well this time. He's got a choice of bonuses. Something like Wrestle at the top, making eel will score a lot, or that's I presume that's likely where he's going to play, because that's easily the highest scoring place. Yeah, so I guess no, he hasn't gone there. He's decided to go down the side, making EW down the side of and play Wastrel. Perhaps he wasn't. Perhaps he didn't see the wrestle. Although I would expect Gary to know those. But the important thing is he's found a bonus, and he's found Wastrel. Nice word next to that EW. So Gary's going to go back into a slight lead in this game, which is very swinging backwards and forwards nicely. The lead exchanging, but no one really getting ever further than about 30 points ahead. So Donna now is going to take advantage of that triple score that's just been opened and get rid of her. That seems fairly clearly a good move. She could have no point in really adding the E, but there isn't. She's left herself an E to go in front of VITE, VITE, maybe next time. Left herself with a nice BAER. So it's very, as I say, scores are very even now, coming towards the last part of the game. So let's see what Gary's got after his bonus on his rack. Oh, I was just going to say there's still some interesting tiles out there, but it seems that Gary's drawn all of them. The Q, the Z, and the blank. So this is interesting. You'd probably be happy on the whole to see those, although sometimes you don't want too many, high scoring letters together. But he's got a U as well as his blank. So I think he'll be happy that he's got most of those tiles rather than Donna, I think, at this stage, with the game so close. But interesting choices for him. He could be thinking of should he try and play off both the Q and the Z and then leave the blank for next time, or just play off one of them. He could play quiz, making Zell up at the top, which would be a good score, and leave himself with the blank. Or if he just wanted to play off the Q, there's Quay, Quey, making on the right, making EWE. That scores a bit less, but depends if he wants to use. Yeah, okay. So he's gone for a most solid move, probably quiz here. Good score, 44 points, and still leave himself the blank for next time. So Gary may be becoming the favorite for this game, with one tile in the bag, but still, yeah, Donna's got to think about what to do here. So she'll be thinking, she'll be wondering about that blank. That's obviously she'll be thinking it's probably on Gary's rack, but she would be happier if it was in the bag. But yeah, it's a tricky one for her to decide what to do here. Maybe she just has to score some points and hope Gary can't score too many. She could play off. She plays off just one tile. Let's say she'd probably be unlikely to be drawing into a bonus. So she probably just needs to try and score a few points, I think. But it's tricky for her, and hope that Gary doesn't have a bonus rack to come back with. So something like various possibilities like rebuy and shader, or rebuy onto or rebury onto REBURY onto the front of feet. So various possibilities. She's also got less time than Gary. She's got about 3 minutes, so a little bit of time to think, but not too long. She seems to be looking at Barry at the moment. Yeah, there's a lot of possible words here. It's tricky for her to decide what is the best thing. She wants to try and play out in two if she can, but of course she doesn't know what is the one in the bag. But if she leaves herself something like EAR, or as she was thinking about, she would have a maybe with Burley. She would have a chance of a good chance with the EAR of going out next time. So that's probably her plan, to hope that Gary can't do anything too massive, and she can play out next move. But Gary has in fact got the blank. So Burley is to play, as you said. So good idea from Donna to give herself a good chance of maybe going out next move. Over to Gary. Yeah, he has in fact got bonuses, so he can wrap up this game. Not totally obvious, but for a player of his caliber, I think he should see. Should be hoping to see Guy Line, which can go under the INE of Burley. Just having or Lanyes is the other one, which it looks like he's spotted. So Lanyes is also a winning bonus, which he's spotted. Those were the two possibilities: Guyline on Lanyes, and Gary sees one of them and plays out, and so he's going to win this game. Looks quite comfortable in the end, but in fact it was a very close game all the way through, with bonuses being swapped and mostly the lead only being 20 or 30 one way or the other. But in the end, Gary drawing the better tiles at the end and using them well to go out with the first score quiz and then go out with a bonus. And at the end there, not much Donna could do. But she also played very well throughout the game. Both players played well, and I say a very even game. Maybe Gary just got the better tiles at the end, and also, of course, played well with those tiles and spotted his bonus, which not everyone would spot of Lanyes at the end. So good game. All right, so Gary will be moving up to 14 wins now, and still in contention to win this whole tournament. But Donna is will still be say playing above her normal rating and hoping for a few more wins today. So I'm going to be leaving you after that game, and we're going to go for a short break. And after the break, it'll be Phil Robertshaw who will take over. We don't know yet what the next fixture will be, but anyway, you'll be in with Phil, one of the UK's top players. You'll be in safe hands for the next few games, and then, as I say, later on today, you'll have Canadian player, top player, and top commentator Josh Sokol stepping in to comment on the last few games, which will hopefully be an exciting climax. Okay, so bye from me, and we'll go to a short break now, and afterwards it will be Phil Robertshaw to comment on the next game. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone who's watching around the world, and welcome back to our stream of the UK Open 2026, live from Reading, England. We are about to join round 18 of this tournament, round 18 of 24, and we have got two top players coming up. We have Colin Northmore, who will be starting the game, against Harshan Lamabadusuriya, who probably needs no introduction to most of you, who is one of the world's very, very top players. Colin is an expert player in his own right, or at least he's at that sort of level. He is sure to give Harshan a good game. He will not be fazed by Harshan. Had a quick look at their previous head-to-head coming into this tournament. They've played 13 times. Harshan has won 8 of those, and Colin has won 5. So Colin clearly knows how to beat Harshan, and we saw him on stream yesterday. He's a very strong player. He had a huge barnstorming game against Brian Poe at the end of yesterday, where both players scored over 500. So if Colin is in good form today, I'm sure we can expect a really good matchup between these two players. Harshan is currently in second place in the tournament. He's on 14 wins out of 17. Gary Oliver is also on 14, and Colin is currently on 12-5. So both players won their previous game. And we also have Brian Poe, whose result is not yet in. He's in the mix, and other players coming up as well. Ronan, Jack Moran, Ian Coventry, all performing really well. So we are just waiting for Harshan to join the game. Colin is sitting with one of his trademark T-shirts. Today he's a word warrior. Colin has got some great quirky T-shirts that he often wears to these tournaments, and he looks quite relaxed as we wait for this game to begin. No sign of Harshan just yet. Harshan is the number 1 seed for this tournament. Colin is number 23. So Harshan's current UK rating is 193, and Colin's is 164. So as I say, Colin is somebody I think most of us would consider to be an expert level player. He has not yet earned his official expert title, but I think that's only a matter of time. He's got very strong word knowledge. He's got a very good understanding of the strategy for the game, and doesn't make too many mistakes. So I'm sure we can be expecting him to play really well in this game. I'm looking forward to watching these two going at it. I've encountered both of those players many, many times and enjoyed many, many games against them, particularly against Harshan. A question about why I'm not playing. This tournament clashed with a family event this weekend, so I'm not there this year, but this is the next best thing. I've got the best seat in the house watching the best players on the stream, so I'm looking forward to enjoying some good games. You've got me for 4 games today, and then at the end of the tournament, the last 3 games, you'll be anchored by Josh Sokol, who will do a great job of taking you home and over the finish line. So all to play for, lots of great players to watch on the stream. I see that Brian Poe's result is now in as well, so he's on 13 wins, so he's in 3rd place. He's just beaten Mark Nyman. And so we have a top 5 currently of Gary, Harshan, Brian, Colin, and Ronan Dance, who is performing extremely well, currently performing 20 points above his rating. Hopefully some of you joined us for the previous game on stream. Gary Oliver against Donna Stanton, who's also performing really well during this tournament, and I think is currently the best performing female player at the tournament. She's in 15th place on 10-7. But still scope for lots of players to move up today. Anyone who puts in a really good winning run today can end up in the top 5 prize places. I believe there may also be some ratings prizes available as well, but the top 5 is where you want to be, in the green. So we're just trying to find Harshan. I'm sure he is on his way. Harshan likes to switch off in between games and just zone out and then he comes back completely focused when he gets back to the game. So it's going to be Colin on the left of the screen to go first. We believe that Harshan has just asked for a moment, so we will hold on a couple of minutes, and then hopefully we should see a cracking game. While we're waiting for Harshan, good chance to remind you all, if you're watching this stream, please do give us a subscribe on the ABSP Tournament Scrabble channel. That all helps to grow the game, get more viewers. Please do share it with any friends who might be interested, even tangentially, in Scrabble. We had a lot of views yesterday on the channel, which was great, and we want to have even more today, so let's hope we have a really good run of games. Now I see Harshan has now joined us, so we are going to get started imminently. Harshan just taking his seat, and they're about to bag the tiles. Pre-game paperwork done, fist bump happens, and Harshan's just going to give the tiles a mix, and then Colin will start. And what a start for Colin. He's drawn the first blank on his first rack, with some clunky stuff as well, the C, the K, and the W, and a U, so it doesn't look like he's likely to be bonusing on this rack, but he can certainly make some good scores. A few options available to him here. You probably want to play off the W and the K. He might look at something like Uke, EWK as an option. Weak is another one that you could play, keeping the C and the U, and Uke is going down fairly quickly here. That looks like probably his best play, I think, here. It gives him a really good chance of playing a bonus next move. That'll score 20 points, get him off and running. Harshan, I can only see 6 of his tiles at the moment. We have D, E, F, O, O, R. Just trying to get confirmation of the 7th tile on his rack, which is EU, I believe. Thank you to our producers for that information. So what should Harshan do here? He has a reasonably balanced rack. Maybe one more valve than he would like. Lined up food. That would play above and below Uke for a reasonably good score. Colin has drawn well to his opening leave, and it looks like Harshan is going to be playing foo, which seems reasonable here. Keeps the D back, keeps better balance for the next rack. And looks like probably the top play for Harshan there. So we have a little box there on the screen, on the board, I beg your pardon. And Colin should be bonusing here. He has some nice balance. He has the S, he has the blank. So some options available for Colin here. A few possible 7-letter words that he will probably know and be working his way through. So most of these options will involve placing an S on the end of uke, but you could play also under the K and the O. There are bonuses using the blank as a P or as an R or as an S. So those are all options for him. And he's probably just working his way through the alphabet with the blank and thinking what his best options are. Any bonus Colin does play here is likely to provide quite a number of different floaters for Harshan, so Harshan might have a chance to bonus back, depending on what Colin plays here. Looks like he is going to use the Uke's hook. So which of the bonuses is he going to pick? Pisces is a possibility. It looks like he's playing Kuris with an R, which seems reasonable. That's 71 points. The nice thing about that play is that it puts the C in a position that makes it impossible for Harshan to use the triple on the left of it at the top middle. So that's quite a nice defensive option from Colin there. Harshan, meanwhile, has got a nice rack, ABDERTU. And he does have one playable bonus here, which I'm sure he will know and find. Should be noted that Colin's play, although I mentioned the defensive aspect of it, Harshan can't reach the triple. It does actually take a front hook of an S as well, so that could come into play later in the game. And Colin may be thinking about using it next move because he's drawn very well and he's drawn an S. But Harshan on turn now. Nice balance of vowels and consonants. I'm sure he's just going through all of the options here, doing his due diligence to make sure he's considered all of the possible bonuses that he could play. So he should be bonusing back straight away here. One playable bonus through the O of Kuris, which only hits, and it's not face value, it scores 74 points. And he's lined it up on his rack now. Yep, well found by Harshan. So Tapered is going down. That puts Harshan into a 7-point lead. Colin, meanwhile, has drawn very well from his previous bonus, and he's actually drawn a 7-letter play straight out of the bag, which was a new word that came in the last update of Colin's Scrabble words. I'm sure he will know this, he will have studied it. Oh, he's actually got an 8-letter word as well there through the I, which he spotted. He may have perhaps overlooked the Kuri's hook, but he's found a bonus anyway, which is really good. He's played steeping through the I. The play he could have played instead was Pengest, P-E-N-G-E-S-T at the top, which would have been 98 points. But the only other playable bonus other than Pengest was steeping, so well found. Harshan's still doing his admin, so we are waiting to see his rack. Harshan has drawn the Q and the V, which is not a nice combination. So he'll be looking to get rid of at least one of those on this next play. The rest of the tiles don't look too bad. Not too many options here that leap out. Something like Q18 might be something you'd be thinking about just to get rid of that Q. He'd like to get rid of the V as well, but he's not going to be able to do both of those things on this move. But he'll want to quickly break up that QV combo. So capped looks like the most likely play here. He could play vegans onto the S of steeping, but I think Q80 looks like the standard play here, and that's what he's played fairly quickly. So yes, good choice from Harshan. That looks like the best play available. Colin, meanwhile, has drawn well again. Double L combo and the U don't look great together, but he's got the EIRS, which is a very nice possible keep if he decides to play off those L's and the U. You'll be probably having a think here to see, have I got a bonus? It looks like the sort of thing that should make a bonus word. Harshan's play didn't give anything new back to him. He's lined up a possible 8-letter word if there was an O on the board in the right position, but that's not available to him. So with a rack like this, it's quite hard to score. He's got single point tiles. He can't do a great deal. What he'll want to do is give himself the maximum chance of having a bonus on the next move. So his ideal keep from this rack would be something like EIRS or EILRS. But you also need to think about scoring and not fishing off too many low point moves, because you want to keep the scoring going. He has got a lead of 34 points at the moment. So those watching in chat, what should Colin do here? What would you do? There may be a stylistic element to this, of how you approach this move. There is no playable bonus. Suggestion of U-tile, which seems like a reasonably good choice there. That would be through the T and the E of tapered and steeping. That looks like a very good, neat choice. Suggestion of slur as well. What's Colin going for here? Maybe playing dull to give himself a really nice 4-tile leave. It's an excellent leave. It's just a very, very low score. but he may think it's worth doing here. And so dull is his choice. Utile and rutile were both options for him there, and some of the best players did use that Q hook, but in terms of the overall leave, you're not going to get much better than he's done there. Harshan's playing very quickly here. He's playing Envy, keeping GON on his rack. And that looks like a good balancing play from Harshan. And it's his highest scoring play available as well. It's a good choice from Harshan, playing very quickly. Colin hasn't got the reward he hoped for, so he kept a very nice EIRS, and he's drawn 3 more vowels to go with that, which is not what he wanted to see. He wanted at least 1 consonant from that pickup there. So we may see him fish off a couple of tiles again here. He may try and play off one of the O's and one of the I's to give himself the best chance of hitting a bonus next play. So he could just play off OI under Envy here. But it's again a very low scoring play. He's not going to be able to score much with this rack though. His highest scoring play, if you want to have a look for it, is actually 30 points. It does turn over 6 tiles. But it looks like he's thinking about playing off the I and the O. And yeah, as suggested, he has played OI just underneath the Y, which looks like a strong play. It gives him a good chance of hitting a bonus play next move. The aforementioned 30-point play was Oosier, OOSIER, making use of that Kuri's hook at the top. Back to Harshan, and he's still got 5 consonants and 2 vowels, both of which are O's. But he does have at least the scoring power of the X. And there is one very obvious place to play the X on this board, which Harshan is likely to use, and he is. And he's playing his best play here. 46 points for Grex. And he's not taking a lot of time over these moves, Harshan. He's finding the best play very quickly, which is really a valuable skill to have because he's going to save a lot of time if he gets into an endgame. So yeah, good choice from Harshan there. Colin has drawn into a second S. So he has the 2 remaining S's in the game. And he'll be looking to see if he can find a bonus here. One thing Harshan's play has done is slightly restricted the usability of the Kuri's Scoury's hook at the top, although you could still play something ending in an S there. Don't know if Colin has spotted that hook or has remembered that hook. He's lined up Arios on his rack, which has a 6-tile play, works, but it does not take an S, and there is no 7 on his rack. And he actually has no playable bonus here, so he'll be, again, looking to maximize his chances next move. Harshan has gone into the lead in the game because Colin is playing some quite low scoring plays with his 1 point tiles. Yeah, so suggestion in the chat, Arios and Scaries could still play, and yeah, that would be a potentially good option, but it does really go for... Oh, what's he playing here? He's playing Arioses, which is not a word. So he may know that Arios is a valid 6, and he's talked himself into playing it with an S on the end. That is not a valid play. And Harshan looks like he's challenging straight away. Yeah, so that unfortunately for Colin is going to come off. Be interesting to see if Harshan challenges both the main word and the hook here. Harshan, I'm sure, will know that the 7 that Colin has played is not good, and he is challenging both of those plays, so maybe to put a little bit of doubt into Colin's mind about whether the hook is valid or not. So that's a good strategy if you know that one of the words is definitely phony, to challenge both. And that is coming straight back off the board. So back to Harshan, and he's still got some quite awkward rack problems of his own. He's now got 3 N's and 2 O's. Lined up noon on his rack. One thing you'll be thinking about here is being careful not to give anything back to Colin. So he knows Colin's rack. He has perfect knowledge of Colin's rack now, so he's not going to want to play, for example, an N out in a place that Colin could use it to play something like Erasians or Sensoria using the rack that he's got. These are often really tricky positions where you know your opponent's rack after a phony, because the move you might naturally play is not necessarily the move you want to play when you know what you're going to be giving them back. But it looks like noon in that position is not going to give anything back to Colin, and it actually keeps a reasonably good leave as well, ADN. Donna is another option he could play, but that would keep 2 vowels. So noon looks like a decent play here. It's only 16 points, but gives him a good leave and doesn't give anything back to Colin. So will Colin use that hook at the top again, or will he have had some doubt put into his mind by the previous challenge? No, he's quite sure of the hook. So Oys seems like a reasonable play here. Scores 18 points, takes off the hook, although he does have the last S, but there is still a blank on scene. And it keeps a very nice balance of AERS, which is going to draw into a bonus play quite a lot of the time. Harshan, meanwhile, has drawn well, and he's lined up Infamed on his rack, which will play in 2 possible places on the board. It scores 73 in the lower position, making Yond, and it will also fit very neatly at the top for 15 more points, but it does open up that triple lane, and he knows that Colin has got an S, so he might think about that, but he's playing it straight up there for the highest scoring position, which looks like the best option to me. Takes him into a really big lead. So again, very quickly found by Harshan. No time wasted there. He hasn't hit the clock yet. Still waiting for him to commit to that move. He may just be debating, what can I get hit by there? What's the worst thing that can happen by leaving that there? The Q and the X have already gone, so he knows he's not going to get hit by a big play with the Q or the X in that position. J and the Z are still on the scene, so he might be thinking about, am I going to get hit by one of those plays? But he already knows that 4 of Colin's tiles are single point tiles, so Colin would have had to draw into the J or the Z after the play of Oys to hit a big score in that position. Or, of course, he could have drawn the blank and hit a triple-triple. So Harshan just debating whether the 15 points extra is probably worth it, given the potential risk of a triple-triple. He still hasn't committed this play, Harshan. He's obviously just thinking very carefully about the potential pitfalls of that positioning. That's interesting. It looks like he's taking it off and maybe considering playing it in the low position. Just running a sim on these 2 positions on Quackle just to see what it thinks, and they're pretty much neck and neck. It's very, very close which is the best option. Harshan has taken the more defensive option, and I can't blame him for that, to be honest. I think he knows that Colin's got an S. He knows that Colin could easily hit a triple-triple. The lower position takes him 10 ahead, and Colin is challenging this play. So that's going to be an extra 5 points. And that's taking Harshan into a lead of 105 at this point in the game. I think that's a very Harshan-like play to play it in that position, and he's quite a risk-averse player, and he will be not wanting to give anything easy away. Colin, meanwhile, has got a lot of vowels on his rack again, but he does have a way of dumping 3 of those. And he's playing Ami through the M that Harshan has just played. He's played that quite quickly. And looks like probably his best option there. ERS. Haven't seen Harshan's new rack yet, following Infamed. Colin has drawn well this time. So we'll wait to see what Harshan is about to draw. Harshan has also run into a few vowels here. So a 5-vowel rack. Doesn't look like a lot of scoring potential here. He's immediately lined up a GO, AGIO, which will play for 23 if he finds the positioning, and he has very quickly found the best positioning for that play. That looks probably like his best combination of score and rack leave. So AER is quite a nice leave from that rack. And that goes down. So back to Colin, and he's lined up one of several anagrams that he can play here. He's lined up ethers. There's also heaters and reheats. So those are the 3 sevens that are available on that rack. And there is just one place to play a bonus on this board with this rack for Colin, if he finds the positioning for it. So that one position has been spotted in the chat. So next to the L, the second L of dull, the play that Colin had lined up on his rack of ethers will play, making noons, and that is the only playable bonus, surprisingly, on this board. So this will get Colin back into the game, and it will open up a lane on the right hand side of the board if he plays it, and he's found it, so well done. That's a good find. Easy to miss the spot when there's only one spot on the board that it will fit. Gets Colin back to just over 30 points behind. There's still that second blank looming somewhere in the bag. Harshan has not drawn it. Harshan does have the nucleus of a good rack here, but he has one main problem, which is the duplicate R, and also the V and the C don't go that well together. So he'll be looking to address that and trying to score well, maintain his lead, and also keep a good balance. And it looks like he's going to take a very good score at the top right here. So he's playing Claver, which is his joint highest scoring play, along with Carver or Craver or Carver in the same position. Could also have played Vera, V-E-R-R-A, on the right-hand side there. But that's a good move for turnover. He's played there and gives himself the best chance of drawing the blank. He's not to know that the blank is on Colin's rack. So Colin will be very pleased to see the blank on his rack. And that gives him a chance of getting into this game. He does have a deficit, so he does need to score really well here and give himself the best chance of a bonus. And he does have some good scoring options here through the T of ethers, retaining the blank. He will also want to keep some lanes open, so if he can draw into a bonus, that there's still a place to play them, because you can be quite sure that Harshan will be looking to shut this board down as quickly as he can to make sure that Colin cannot get back into this game. There's an obvious lane open at the bottom of the board with the E. There are also possibilities on the top, the second row, between Oys and Tabard. They are the main threats on this board for a bonus. Colin will probably be just checking if he has a bonus here, but he has a very good score of 57 available through the T of ethers with Jute. That does use the last E though, so he might be thinking, does he have a better option which keeps the E as well as the blank? Another option in that spot, if he didn't want to use the E, is Jutty, J-U-T-T-Y. That scores 48. And will he want to sacrifice the 9 points to keep the E? So on the face of it, Jute looks like the best play, but there are other considerations here, and it's quite nuanced. So he may be just assessing that choice here, Jotty versus Jute. Comments in the chat that Jotty seems to be the better option, and it's hard to argue against that. It looks like a really good choice. And the leave of DE blank is very strong. So let's see what Colin decides to go with here. He has played Jute, so he's taken his highest scoring play. There's not a lot in it, so it is a good option for him. Harshan has a good balance of consonants and vowels, but has the 2 I's. Does not have any bonus play available here. It's possible that Colin might not have been 100% sure of Jutty, and that might be why he's chosen Jute. That could be another consideration that came into play on that decision. So what does Harshan do here? He's still got a good lead, but he'll want to make sure that there's no chance of Colin coming back. It's only 25-point lead now. The biggest threat on the board looks like the E at the bottom, and Harshan knows that the blank is still unseen. So I would be surprised if he didn't try to address that on this move. He's lined up a possible rawhide that would turn over 6 tiles, and it would completely kill that lane at the bottom of the board. Could also be thinking about going for the blank himself with a play like that. Turn over as many tiles as possible. And rawhide is what he's playing. Really gunning for that blank, or really gunning to just kill that lane at the bottom completely. His highest scoring play was actually WID, W-H-I-D, on the left-hand side there, but no human player is going to do that with the blank unseen. Harshan's just checking how many are in the bag before he commits to this move. He's got the time. He's got over 8 minutes left, so he's managed his time really well in this game. And he has committed rawhide. 18 points. Maintains a 43-point lead. And this board is very quickly getting shut down now. And that is obviously in Harshan's favour, as he has the lead in the game. Worth noting that Colin didn't actually have any bonus plays through that E, but he would have been very close to it. And this is what Harshan does. He gets ahead in a game, and he is very, very good at managing the board. He's one of the best players in the world at managing the board when he's ahead. So Colin Diltty blank, and he'll be looking to find a way to win this game. How can he get back into this game? There are 2 tiles in the bag. Unseen to Colin, there are only 2 vowels. So he's going to want to play something here which keeps his 1 vowel. He'd ideally like to play off 1 tile and leave himself a chance at a bonus. That's not going to be easy to do here. I wonder if he might consider something like YA, just dumping the Y above the A of a geo to try and create a second lane, to leave himself a chance of drawing something ending in the D on the second row. That might be something he's thinking about here. He is going to need to bonus here because he's not going to score enough with the other tiles. The Z is also unseen to him, and we can see it's on Harshan's rack. Colin really needs to bonus here. So he's playing off 2 tiles and he's emptying the bag, so he's really going all out for it here. I'm not sure if that's his thinking. I'm not quite sure what he's thinking with that play. It looks like it has a reasonable winning chance if he draws into the right combination of tiles. Very difficult to assess in that position. I do like the possibility of Yar for 5 points, though. I think that might give him his best chance of bonusing, but difficult, very difficult. So now Harshan will, assuming he's tracked correctly, have perfect knowledge of what Colin has on his rack. And he will know, if he's tracked correctly, that Colin has blitted, B-L-I-T-T-E-D, on that second row of the board. So he will be making sure that that does not happen. So he'll probably want to address that lane with a play in that position, and he's lined up Mirza on his rack, which would score 40 points there, and it would completely block that 1 bonus lane for Colin. And that looks like Harshan's best play. Well found. Colin has found blitted, but he's not going to have anywhere to play it. As he did earlier in the game, Harshan not immediately committing to the move, just taking his time, making sure he hasn't missed anything, perhaps double checking his tracking. He's got the time to make sure he hasn't made any mistakes here. So assuming Harshan commits to this move, he will have an outplay next move in more than one position, as has been pointed out in the chat. Pin through the Eye of Mirza and Pen on the right through Ethers are also are both possible outplays for Harshan, assuming he commits to Mirza. And Colin will know now that he's not going to keep his winning run going in this game. But he's played pretty well on the whole. He's played very accurately. One mistake where he played Arioses, which was challenged off. But other than that, Colin has played pretty well in this game. And Harshan has just done what Harshan does. He's played extremely accurately, extremely quickly. He's found the best plays. No, nothing to point at to say that he's got wrong at all in this game. He's just played like a machine. While Harshan's having a think about this move, just have a quick look at the results coming in. Ian Coventry has beaten Chris Cummins. So Ian Coventry is currently moved up to 12-6 with a big negative spread, but he's performing extremely well. Not many results in at this point. Sam Crispin has beaten his fellow clubmate Wayne Kelly. Be interesting to see if Gary Oliver can carry on his fantastic run. Gary lost 3 of the first 4 games and then has won 13 games in a row going into this round, and he's currently playing Mark Nyman. So phenomenal performance from Gary this weekend, or week even. Do let us know in the chat who you'd like to see. We don't promise to give you what you want, but we'll try and give you the best matchups. But we don't have any pairings for the next round yet until we have got all the results in for this round, I believe. So Harshan's clock is still ticking. He's looked like he's going to commit to that move now, and yet Mirza is confirmed as his play. And that is going to seal the win for him. And it looks like Colin is challenging. Just making absolutely sure, which is fair enough. If you've got less than, if you've got even the tiniest doubt in this situation, you challenge because it's blocking your own winning play. So that'll be an extra 5 points for Harshan. So that takes Harshan up to 4-2-7. Colin has 3-5-3. And it looks like Colin's lost something on the floor. Colin has a few options here. His best option maybe down through the end of noons. But he actually can score 23 points underneath Harshan's play that he's just played. He could play Bide in that position. That's probably his best option. He's got other choices on top of Mirza, several plays there. He could play Bandit or Bunt through the end of noons. plenty of time. He's had plenty of time sitting there while Mirza was on the board to think about what he might do. Looks like he's lined up Blit or Blitz. Yeah, so that blank will be an S. He's playing Blitz, which is one of his highest scoring options. It's going to score 21. Yeah, so he's committed that Blitz, B-L-I-T-S, for 21 points. And Harshan now, just the N and the P, actually has a higher scoring play available than he had previously, because he was probably looking to play nip or pin through the top. If he spots it, he can actually play 12 points now, making PST. But we can forgive him overlooking those 2 points. That play wasn't available before Colin played Blitz. So Harshan goes out with nip for 10. And that is the end of the game. So final score, Harshan has 4-4-3, Colin has 3-7-4. No, sorry, I'll correct that because I'm using Quackle here. Have we got the right score there? Both taking photos of the board. What can we say about that? It was a masterclass from Harshan. Very, very solid play. Very accurate, no mistakes. The only real mistake in the game from either player was the phony that Colin played, which probably lost him a little bit of a tempo at that point in the game. He was still in it. Gave himself a chance, but Harshan was just too good. So this is round 18 of the 24. The players are going to a break shortly, and the next game is due back at 11:20. We don't have pairings yet, as I mentioned, but do let us know in the chat when those pairings are available, who you'd like to see, and we will do our best to bring you a cracking matchup for the next round. So I'm going to take a break from this point, and we'll be back on at 11:20. See you then. live from Reading in the south of England, and we have two excellent players on stream now. On your left, starting the game, David Webb, nicknamed Dweeb, who has his own YouTube channel, Dweeber Vision, which you may have seen, and if you haven't, I would urge you to subscribe to that channel. David does some excellent Scrabble videos and a whole other series of videos on Times Crossword and so on as well. On the right of the screen, we have a relatively new player. This is Ronan Dance. Ronan is currently in 5th place in the tournament and is still in with a chance, if he wins his remaining games, of getting into that top bracket. He's only been playing about 2.5 years, but Ronan has been studying very hard. He hails from Scotland. He is, I understand, now living in London, studying very hard, playing a lot of games, and was the ABSP's most improved player for 2024. Had a rating increase of 30 points from 137 to 167. And he's only about 10 points, in fact, exactly 10 points below David in the ABSP ratings at the moment. So this should be a cracking game between two excellent players, and David is starting. So we will get straight into the action. I think I said 2024, I meant 2025 for Ronan for most improved player, forgetting which year we're in. So David has quite a vowel-y rack to start with. 5 vowels of 3 arrays and a horrible UV combination. And Ronan also looks to have a very challenging vowel-y rack with 3 eyes. So this could see some changes early on here. Would not be surprised at all to see both players change. David will probably just be thinking, does he have a 4 or 5 left to play that's worth playing to turn over some of those tiles? But AN would seem to be his best leave here, so he might well change the other 5, and it looks like he is doing just that. That seems to be the natural move to me there, to exchange those 5, keep the AN, and give yourself a good chance of a good rack next time round. So over to Ronan, and he's quickly playing his best scoring play of QI. Not much to think about there. He could have thought about changing, because he is keeping 2 eyes back from that. But if you're going to make any move on the board, QI is the obvious one to play on that particular move. Gets 22 points on the board. And so we bow back to David and we wait to see what his 5 new tiles are. QI doesn't really give anything away about Ronan's rack. He would have played that with most racks if he had the Q. Unless he had a really big Q score to play. So David still looking a little bit unbalanced with this rack. 2 Gs, 2 Is. Doesn't look very appealing. Not going to be any really big scoring plays here. He doesn't have any bonuses. He's going to want to undouble the Gs and undouble the Is as well. He's lined up a going and then just going, both of which would play on this board. Both seem reasonable options. If you're just looking to turn over, you could also just play GIO under QI, keeping AGIN, which is a very nice leave, a very bonus friendly leave. So could be an element of style here. Do you want to take the points? Geo looks pretty strong to me here. And it keeps the A back to hook on their next move with your other tiles. So you could potentially hit a bonus down that double column to the left. Now lined up NIO, NGAIO. So there are a few very similar plays here, all scoring around 20, 23 points. But in terms of giving yourself the best chance of hitting a bonus next move, I think something like Geo or Agio And it looks like he's playing a going, so he's going for turnover here. 25 points, not is his highest scoring play available, but it does potentially give away a lot on the triple. So if Ronan's got a high scoring consonant, which he doesn't, he could easily get quite a big score there. So I'm quite surprised that David's chosen to put the A in front there, with the potential to give away quite a lot. But it is his highest scoring play. Ronan, though, cannot hit that spot very sweetly. He's only got 1 point tiles on his rack, and 5 of those are vowels. So he has taken that spot off, with Ilya turning over 4 of his tiles, getting rid of the 2 eyes, which seems like a good option. Could have played Iota in the same place. 18 points is the best he could do there, and that was one of his better options. So yeah, good play by Ronan to recognise that, and he's drawn more ease. So back to David. Very vowely start to this game for both players. So let's see how that shapes the way that the game develops, because if a lot of vowels get played early on, we could have a very big shortage of them at the end. So David has drawn an S, he's drawn the X. He's going to have some high scoring tiles on his rack here. But the 2 L's. So he should have a high scoring play to make here. A couple of places to dump the X. You could play Lex on top of Ilya, getting rid of one of the L's. You could just play Oxy off the O of a going. That would keep both of the L's, but it wouldn't be terrible with the S. We'd still give him options for the next play. But the biggest score, actually, he can play parallel underneath, can't he? So he can play 6 if he spots that, making AAS. That would score 57 points, and actually that would be by far his best play here. So I would expect him to spot 6. And Lex above Ilya is his next highest scoring play for 39, but I wouldn't expect him to take too long on this move. I think 6 will go down fairly quickly. And it looks like he's got that lined up on his rack now, so getting ready to play that for 57 points, which will give him a nice early lead. He'll also be keeping the Y back, which would hook on the end of Ox for the next move, potentially. Yep, so that's his best choice there. Takes him up to 82 points. Ronan's really got an unpleasant rack. 4 E's, 2 T's and an O. He's not going to be able to score much here. He's playing quite quickly, playing toe. Does keep 3 E's. It scores 24 points and probably better than changing given the score he can get for that play. He's playing very quickly so far, Ronan. Not taking a lot of time to think about that one. So David kept ELLY from his previous move, and we wait to see what he draws to go with that. Mentioned at the start that Ronan's quite a new player on the scene, They've only played each other once previously in ABSP tournaments, and David was the winner on that occasion, but not much to go on, really, in terms of a head-to-head on here. David, very experienced player. And he's drawn OK to his leave of ELLY. He's picked out DIT. So we'll be thinking about what are the best options here. What can he score? It's worth noting that Ronan's play of toe, as well as a D, does also take a Y. So David could be looking at playing something down there, and he's looking at playing at Dilly down there, which seems reasonable. In fact, it's a very nice leave of ET as well. Scores 35 points. Could also have played Yield, keeping the L and the T. But Dilly looks like a really good, strong play there from David. And yeah, good score and a good leave. So Ronan kept those 3 E's. We'll be relieved he didn't draw any more, but he's still got vowel problems here. So he'll be looking to score as much as he can and balance his rack as quickly as possible to get into a position where he can think about playing a bonus. He's lined up Tobe here. That does play. It has an anagram as well, which is Tubae, Tubae. And you might be looking at playing it to make Jeet on the left-hand side of the board, and that indeed is what he's doing. He's playing Tobe in that position. Looks like a strong play. And it keeps the 2 E's. That's about as good as he was going to do from that rack. David, meanwhile, has picked the J and the Z and an F, so he's picked up some high-scoring, powerful tiles here. And I would expect to see a big score go down here. First thing that leaps out is Jeets through the A of Tobe, but there may well be other really strong plays here. David just having a good think about what to do with this rack. So he's lined up Jets, which suggests he might be about to play Jeet through the A, which is his highest scoring play available. And it would retain the Z, which will high score next play. Dave's already played off 1 S with the X for a big score, and now he's playing off another S with the J for another big score of 56. It's a very strong start to this game for David Webb. So back to Ronan. His rack has improved a little bit, but he's still got some duplicates. He would have been looking for a D for Renowned or something similar to that. So he's getting closer to a bonus, but he's not there yet. And he's trailing by nearly 100 now. So what are Ronan's best options here? If he wants to address the duplicates N and the E, he could play something like Wenge through the G of a going, making QIN. That would keep NOR. Again, he doesn't have any really good scoring plays here. Lown is another possibility, Lowne, but that's very open. And only scores 16 points, although it does have a nice leave. It looks like he is using that QIN hook, and he's playing wrong. I don't think there is anything wrong with that at all. It looks reasonably good. It keeps EEN, so he's again keeping 2 E's, but it does open up the board a little bit at the top, and he's behind, so we want to make sure that he's keeping lanes open, so if he can draw into a bonus, he can get one down. So we knew that David was going to be keeping the Z, and he will be looking to score heavily on this move. Wrong does take an A in front of it, so he'll probably look across there to see if he can play anything going across. Doesn't look like he has any really strong plays in that area, though. Most of his best scoring plays are through the L, the second L of Dilly at the bottom of the board. So he has, for example, Fusil, Fuzil. He could also play very nice Zufoli for 26, which would keep AS. And in fact, it looks like he's laying that up. Forza, Forza, could be played through the R of Wrong. That's another high-scoring option. He's probably eyeing up the leave of AS from that rack and thinking that is about as good as he's going to get. So he's definitely considering leave quite strongly here, although Zufoli is not one of his highest scoring plays. It scores 26. He can score 37 with the other plays, but with an inferior leave. So it's about here, weighing up, is the extra 11 points for Fusil or for Forza worth the inferior leave? And he's decided to go for Zufoli, which is a very nice play and very nice spot. Not easy to spot plays like that on that board. So well done to David for finding that one. And Ronan, yet again, has 4 E's. So he's really going through the mill here. And it looks like that play has just been challenged. Extra 5 points. So that play brings David up to 204 to 107. So Ronan really needs to bonus as soon as he can to get back into this game. But he's not close to a bonus at this stage. Picking lots and lots of E's. So he could make a play using 3 of those E's down to the W of Wrong. If he knows it and spots it, he could play Teen, Twene, leave him with EO, and it would open up that top part of the board, which he's going to need. Okay, he's playing Ene on Zufoli, which does at least get rid of 2 of those 4 E's, but it does still keep 3 vowels on his rack. Very difficult position to be in. He's just fighting to stay in this game at the moment and hopefully draw some scoring tiles. David, meanwhile, has a nicely balanced looking rack. Got some really good tiles on there. ACEST all go really well together. AEMST will go really well together. So he might think about playing off just a couple of tiles here to give himself a good chance of a bonus. But if he knows the Wrong to Arong hook, which I'm sure he does, he might consider playing his S again for a non-bonus play. He could play something like Wames and Arong. for 38. That would be one of his highest scoring plays, if not the highest scoring play. Waste would be another option in that position. He could just play more, MAW, and that would keep the S back. So a few things to think about here. Meanwhile, we see that Ronan has drawn a blank, which he'll be very relieved to see, although he still has 3 E's on his rack. So David's got a good lead here. He won't want to create too many openings for Ronan. He'll want to maximise his score and give himself a good leave here. Maintain that lead. He has lined up Wames now on his rack. So Wames would score 38, and it would be his highest scoring play. It doesn't give too much away. It takes off the double-double. Does place an S out there, and an S is obviously a useful tile for bonuses. But this looks like a very solid play here. Yeah, it's a good play by David. 38 points. And that stretches his lead to over 100. So now we see Ronan. He's got quite a lot of time. He's played very quickly so far. So he needs to have a really good think here about, does he have a bonus? And it's very tricky. He's probably fed up of seeing all these E's at this point. And I will reveal, without saying what it is yet, there is one playable bonus on this board with this rack, and I'll see if chat can come up with that one. So kudos to those of you in the chat who have spotted I stone through the S that has just been played, and that is a really difficult spot, which even if you know the word, to find it with that rack, blank bonuses are always very difficult. You've got so many things to think about. Making the blank a Y and playing for a face value low score for a bonus is not very intuitive, so it would not be at all surprising if he did not find this play here. Most players would struggle to find plays of this nature in this situation, especially on the stream. And frankly, even if he doesn't play it, it's not going to be a huge error because he can play off a couple of those E's, still keep a very strong leave. He's not going to be sacrificing a lot here if he doesn't find I stone. And yeah, it's been pointed out, missing a bonus is at most a 10-point mistake. Yeah, that's reasonable. So if he does find I stone and plays it, I'll be very impressed. But frankly, if he doesn't, I'm sure he will still play a good play here. So quite rightly, Ronan is using his time on this move. He played very quickly for the first few moves. This is a situation now where he really needs to think. So good time management, playing through those tricky racks early on. And he's playing Inu, which looks perfectly reasonable. If you're not going to play I stone, that doesn't look like a bad option. And it's keeping some useful floaters up at the top of the board. And it keeps him in the game. So back to David. 2 A's on his rack, a C, a P and a V, so slightly clunky. And he'll be looking to find a way to balance his rack here. He's lined up captive as a possible, which looks like it will score really well onto the second D of he knew. Packer is another option, which he's got lined up now. So yeah, captive looks really strong. It scores 36 points. There is a 40-point play here, which retains the V, but captive is going to be played here. And that looks very strong, and it turns over a lot of tiles. It takes off some bonus lanes, scores really well, and gives himself a chance of drawing into something good. The 40-point player mentioned was Placiter, the anagram of capital, through the L of Dilly. Very difficult spot, but I think captive is better in any case. So back to Ronan. And he has 2 O's and 2 T's to go with his blank. He's finally down to 1 E, and he does have some options here. And I'm sure he'll be thinking very carefully about what he can play to try and get back into this game. He really needs to bonus as soon as possible if he's going to get back into this. So this rack of CEOOTT blank makes only one 7-letter word which does not play on this board. That is cocotte, making the blank another C. It does have some options here. All of them involve using the R of arong. So he just needs to run through the possibilities for the blank here and work out what he can have. There are 3 possible choices that he can make the blank. So if you want to have a think about those, if he makes the blank an A, there is a possible bonus through the R there. If he makes it an R, there is another one. And if he makes it an N, there is another one. So there are 3 possible different words he can make here using the R of arong, using A, N, or R. And he's having a good think about that now. Meanwhile, while Ronan's thinking, David has drawn into a good rack here, and Ronan does bonus. David could well bonus back. Okay, so Ronan has played 2 underneath captive, so he hasn't managed to find any of those bonuses with the R. He could have had Corretto or Cornetto. There were 2 options, or co-rotate, which we saw on stream towards the end of yesterday as well. But if you're not going to play a bonus, then 2 looks reasonable to balance the rack. Always difficult with a blank. Always difficult under the pressure of being on the stream. So back to David, who just needs to keep an eye on his time, but he's doing okay. He's got just under 9 minutes left. He's lined up Renegues on his rack here. Also has Raunges, but which does not play. In fact, Renegues is the only playable bonus on this rack. It plays through the E of Inu or the E of Wames, which is where he's playing it for the higher score. And this is his best play here. So this puts him in a really, really strong position in the game now. And the play is just being held. Ronan having a think about that one, whether to challenge. And frankly, if he's not sure, then he probably should challenge, because this is going to be a game-sealing play for David. And if there's any chance that it's not valid, then he should challenge it, if he has any doubt. And it looks like he is going to challenge that play, which is the right thing to do if you're not sure. So that'll be another 5 points. So back to Ronan. He's trailing by nearly 200 now, so he's going to be feeling it out there. But he's got chances to bonus here, and hopefully he'll find something on this move. He has a few options here now with CEE LRT blank. And I'm sure we'll be seeing him get his first bonus of the game down on this next play. So looking at some of Ronan's options here, his highest scoring play is 86, which is erectile on the top row. And he's playing re-elects through that E, which is one of the lowest scoring ones that he has available. But I think he's really going through it at this point. And he's probably just relieved to get a bonus down at this stage. So that will score 62. David, meanwhile, has drawn the second blank and is in a very strong position in this game now. So he'll be looking to maximise his scoring for the rest of this game. Try and boost his already very strong spread. Going into this game, David was on 11-7, but actually has one of the highest spreads in the tournament. He's got a spread of 1,149, so he will still think he's got good chances of getting involved in the top prize places here, and the more spread he can eke out, the better. So when you're in this position, as David is in, don't take your foot off the pedal. Keep on pushing for the spread, because it often separates prize places, and I'm sure he'll have that on his mind now. He'll want to do his due diligence and make sure that he doesn't give anything away. But his lead looks pretty much unassailable at this point in the game, especially with the second blank on his rack. So options for David here. It's a nice place to play the P above the I of captive, or the B. You could play panned or banned in that spot. If he's thinking about going for another bonus, he might just play something like fib through the I of dilly, give himself a leave with better synergy of the tiles to give himself a chance of drawing into another bonus. panned and banned look like the best options here. Manned is also an option, but BFP, not the best combination of tiles. So what's David thinking about playing here? He's lined up mad, which could suggest he's thinking about playing manned. It would seem that he's identified the highest scoring spot on the board. And he has, and panned is going down, which is definitely one of his best options there. So good play by David. And back to Ronan, who frankly has not been drawing well this game. He's had some really horrendous tile picks, and he must be really going through the mill. And yeah, just the one vowel now, 2 R's and a V. It looks pretty desperate, and have to feel for him. I think anyone who's been on the stream in this position knows what he's going through, and it's tough out there. So he just has to try and concentrate on playing his best play here. Of course, the blank is still unseen to Ronan, so he might think about going for that. The S's have all gone. So his highest scoring plays here involve playing underneath 2 and using his H. He could play horn, he could play hond. Both of those would leave him with 3 consonants. But with only 1 vowel to start with, his options are very limited. There is a very nice insertion play on the very bottom row of the board, dumping just a V and 1 of the R's to play venery around the E and E for 14 points. And it does actually have the advantage of keeping his vowel. But I think he'll just be looking to score here. And he's playing horn. 28 points, which is one of his best choices. So yeah, well found, Ronan. Back to David, who still has some clunky tiles to go with his blank, but he'll be happy to see the scoring tiles on his rack. He's got the K, F, B, M, so all potentially powerful scorers on this board. Although there aren't any super hotspots for them at this stage. There's a very nice 4-tile play that he could make here on top of Ilia, which will get rid of 3 of those heavy consonants and retain the blank. Okay, he's playing Mac. That is one of his top players in this position. 31 points. He could also have played Kemb, K-E-M-B there, which would have been a very neat play. But Mac is a pretty good play. And doesn't do anything to the board, doesn't give anything back to Ronan. So Ronan has two vowels. Slightly more balanced, but still some clunk on his rack as well with the V and the Y. Has a few scoring options here. Can score 30 plus on this rack. So he'll be looking at what he can make from this. So plays down from the S of re-elects. He could play Savoury. That'll be a nice 38, keeping the D and the H. There's a very neat play of Rhody, R-H-O-D-Y, parallel to Renegues going downwards. There's also quite a neat spot to play the Y if he spots it. Pand takes a Y on the end. So he could play Liam and Pandy. That'll be a very neat little play slotted in at the top of the board there. And the Y also plays between the R of Arong and the A of Renegues, so he could play something like Moy in that position. So he's got some good scoring options on this play that only use two tiles. So a few options to think about here. David, meanwhile, looks like he's very close to a bonus and probably has some sevens that will play. In fact, he does. So depending on where Ronan plays here, we could be seeing David bonus again next move. Looks like Ronan has lined up Horde. That would play down from the S of Renegues, or down from the E of Renegues, in fact, for a slightly higher score. Hoary is another option, H-O-A-R-Y. So both players getting down into the last few minutes of their time now. Ronan played very quickly early on, but is now using his time to try and maximise his scoring to reduce the losing spread in this game. While Ronan's thinking about this, some other results coming in. Brian Poe has beaten Ellie Dangor by over 200. He's on now 15-4. Gary Oliver has got back on the winning trail after losing the previous game. He's also on 15-4. We haven't got Harshan's result in yet. He's playing Jack Moran. So if Harshan were to lose that game, we would have the top three all on 15-4 with 5 games to play. So I'm sure we're in for a very exciting finish to this tournament and lots of players who can still win it. Okay, so Ronan's made his choice, and it looks like he's going for Horde, keeping the V and the Y. So back to David. Ronan's play has actually blocked all of David's possible bonuses. So he would have had something like Fibered or Filbered in the position that Ronan has just played. Doesn't have a playable bonus now. There may have been an element of defence in what Ronan played there. He might have been thinking that that was the most likely place for David to bonus if he did have the other blank. So he has at least avoided that happening. David will just be going through all his possible options here to see, does he have a bonus? Could he have something beginning with the S of re-elects? Quite close to things, but he doesn't actually have one. So his highest scoring play available here is 31. And that retains the F. And he looks like he might have found it. So Braid or Bride, B-R-E-I-D, on the right-hand side of Horde, does score 31. And that is his highest scoring play available. There's also a nice Sheriff down from the S of re-elects if he made the blank an H. But he's found his highest scoring play here. Nicely done. And Ronan sitting with UVY. And Ronan will probably feel quite hard done by in this game. He's had some very tough draws. Did miss a couple of bonuses, very tricky ones. Ice Stone was very tough to find. And then again with the black next move, did miss some there. But he was already in a very tough spot by that stage. David scored very heavily early on with the X, with the J, with the Z. And Ronan really had a plague of vowels, particularly E's early in the game, which made it very difficult for him to get into this game. So overall, he'll feel he couldn't have done much more to win this game. David has played very solidly, very accurately as well. And that's a nice little play from Ronan at the end there of Irva around the R and the A to get rid of the V and score some points. That's actually his highest scoring play apart from My, which he could have just dumped the Y under the M of Wames. And David with F blank. And he will go out in the bottom right hand corner. Just waiting for confirmation of whether that blank is an A or an E, although it's fairly at this stage. That will score 19 points to go out. And it's an A, just to get our admin right. It's FA and DA. So it's a big win for David Webb. That's nearly 200 points, but 173-point win. So that'll do his spread even more good in this tournament. And he's still up there. For Ronan, that's going to be probably a blow that is going to end his chances of winning the tournament realistically, but he's not out of contention by any means for the top 5 prizes. Still plenty to play for over the coming rounds. So coming up next, we're still waiting for the result of Harshan's game with Jack, but we are going to be covering the players next who are currently in 2nd and 3rd place. That is Brian Poe against Gary Oliver, second versus 3rd. Good game from both players there. Well done to the players. And we'll take a short break and we'll be back with you in a couple of minutes for the next game. Welcome back, everyone, to the stream of the final day of the UK Open 2026. We have got a fantastic matchup coming up now. We have Brian Poe, who is currently in second place in the tournament, against Gary Oliver, who is currently in third place. Both of them with a 15-4 record, both with a big spread. So this should be a cracker. Gary's actually won 14 of the last 15 games, so this should be really interesting to watch. And then getting underway, Brian is starting. So a reasonably good rack for Brian to start off with. No bonus available, but the potential to draw into one. Some good bonus tiles to keep. Looks like he's playing very quickly, and he's going to start with inlay, which seems pretty reasonable. Keeps the S back for the next move. 24 points. And Gary has had a very nice first draw. So he'll be very pleased to see that rack. And I'm sure we'll be seeing him find one of the bonuses he has available here. In fact, the only bonus he has available here. In 2 positions, he has a 7 on his rack. So I'm sure he will just checking to make sure if he has any 8-letter plays as well. Gary, very experienced tournament player, will know his high probability 7s. And I'm sure he will be finding and playing aneroid here. The only question is, where does he play it? Does he play it making DI, or does he play it making ID? There are pluses and minuses to both. The slightly more defensive position might be to play it on top in terms of counter plays on the triple underneath it. On the other hand, the higher position does give away potential J or Z counter plays on top. So there are pluses and minuses, and not easy to pick the right play here, pick the right position. Is there a right position or is there a wrong position? It's very nuanced. But aneroid on top is the choice, and that goes down for 63, so nice start for Gary. Brian has got 5 vowels, so he hasn't drawn well following his inlay play. So he'll be looking to get rid of some of those duplicate vowels here. He'd like to get rid of the A and the I and the U if at all possible, to keep AINS or something similar, to give himself a good chance of bonusing next move. He might think about something like UNAI, UNAI, if that even plays on this board in a good position. That's what he's lined up. And it does play underneath inlay, so that might be a reasonably good option here. Going into this tournament, Brian and Gary had played each other 9 times previously, and there's a record of 5-4 in Brian's favour, so they're very evenly matched players. And actually, Brian spotted that Unai plays on top of aneroid, so that's an even better position than I mentioned earlier. So that's a nice find for Brian, good spot, and helps to balance his rack for next time. Gary, meanwhile, has got 6 vowels, so I would not be at all surprised to see him change here. His scoring options are going to be fairly limited, with 3 A's, 2 E's, GI. You could play something like AIGA, AIGA, underneath inlay. or Aji on top of Unai that Brian has just played. But all his best plays keep 3 vowels. He's making a play here, and he's playing Agila. So that's 10 points. Interesting choice there. It's just being held. Brian's having to think about whether to challenge that play. It's a sort of word that doesn't get played very often, and I'm not surprised that Brian is having to think about this one. It looks like he's accepted the play. And he has, so that's 10 points for Gary, clears off some of his vowels, but keeps 3 on his rack. Brian is also quite vowel heavy here. So he'll be looking to get rid of probably the F here, at least one of the O's, possibly the G, in fact, possibly the 4 tiles he's just picked up. His best leave here is likely to be something like AGS or IGS. You could play something like Foo, F-O-O, on top of Unai, making Or. That would score 27 points. Fog in the same position, although that keeps 3 vowels. Meanwhile, while this decision is being made, Harshan's result from the last round has come in, and we are now watching first versus second in this game, and not second versus third. Harshan had a very narrow defeat by 4 points to Jack Moran. So we have 3 players 15-4 now, including these 2 on the stream. And Brian has opted for Goofy here, which looks like a reasonable option, keeping AIS. Gary's had an interesting draw to his leave of AEE. He's picked out both C's and the Q. So that's a very tricky rack to navigate this time round. He does have a fairly simple Q dump here, but he looks like he's changing. So he could have played Caddy, but he's obviously decided to go for leave here. And it's hard to criticise that. That's a good choice. He's exchanged CEQ, and ACEN is a really good leave. So, yeah, I think that's a savvy choice by Gary. Brian, meanwhile, has got 2 S's. Scores are very even. So Brian will be just looking to see if he can find any playable bonuses here. So he doesn't actually have anything that scores a huge amount here. So he'll be looking to get rid of the worst of his tiles, which is probably the F and the O, and find a way to give himself a good chance next move. So he might look to play something like Of on top of Unai. There's a nice slotted in Faro, F-A-R-O, between Agila and Goofy, making A-row. That would keep both of the S's, so he might consider doing something like that. He could just play something hooking the S onto inlay, like Fars, F-A-S. There's only one E being played so far, so there's a good chance of drawing into an E. And for that reason, I might think perhaps Of is a good choice here, because if you pick an E and a decent consonant, you're going to be bonusing a lot of the time on the next play. So I quite like the option of here. But there are several good plays which all do very similar things to the rack, and it might just be down to what Brian prefers and what he thinks is his best chance of bonusing on the next move. Brian having a good think about this. Maybe considering if there's a possible double-double play available through the A and the R. Brian's a very analytical player, and he'll be really thinking about all the merits of the different moves here. He's calculating, I'm sure, there, thinking about what are his best chances of hitting a good score over the next couple of moves. Looks like Ov is going to go down, and that looks like a really strong play. Gives him a good leave. So yes, well found. And so back to Gary. Gary has some good tile on his rack. He kept a good lead from his exchange. Has drawn a second A. Just as we look at Gary's rack, Brian has drawn an E and another S. Now Gary is going to play, making Arvo in that position here. So it looks like Crave is going down. That looks like one of his best plays here. 39 points. Could have also played using Cone and Afar. Could have played something like Carve or Carver or Cave. But Crave goes down for 39 points. And Brian has an abundance of S's. 3 S's on his rack. And Gary's kept a nice AN leave, so we should see what he draws into that. See if he can pick something nice to go with it. You may notice Gary has a habit of placing his hand over his tiles, as if he's just pausing, mentally resetting himself for the next play before he puts them on his rack. And he'll be very pleased, having done that, to see a blank. But Brian has lined up Sassia, which is going to be his best player here. It's his only bonus play, and he's found the best positioning for it as well. It's been pointed out to me as well that Brian's previous play of Ov also actually blocked Caravana for Gary, which would have been very spectacular. So a good play for Brian there, gets him into a lead, but Gary has a strong rack here now, and I would expect to see him come up with a good option here. We could have some fireworks because Brian has just drawn the Z and the blank after his bonus. And he's drawn the Q. So lots of big tiles coming out early in the game here. So Gary has various options here. No playable 7-letter words, but he has a few choices of 8s, which you can try and find. Options through the C at the top of the board. Through the E of Sassia. So I would expect Gary to come up with a good play here. So Gary's highest scoring options here all play through the C. And they all score 78 points. So he might find Prochaine with a blank P. Roaching is an option that he might come up with. There's a quite tricky anagram of Prochaine, which is Parochin. There's also Bronchia, if he makes the blank a B. If he doesn't find any of those, he's got an option through the E of Sassia, which will be a very high probability anti-hero. And he has some other options onto the C as well. Harmonic is another possibility. And he's reached for the slip, so it looks like he's about to circle a tile for the blank. So we'll wait and see what he's chosen here. And it looks like he's playing onto the C. And it looks like a Northic is coming down with a blank T. So that's a nice find. Not an easy word to spot. It looks like he's going to get hit with an absolute bunch of points saved from Brian, though. So he may possibly regret that choice, because Brian is likely to hit Quiz for a huge score here. And I do not expect Brian to take a long time over this move. It's always a risk when you leave a vowel in that position, as Gary has done, and there were better options, but yeah, you probably don't expect to get hit with 114 points, which is what is likely to happen if Brian plays Quiz in that spot. Yeah, and down it goes. And it did play anyway for 88 points, making zone, but that's even more. And I'm going to confidently state that that's probably going to be the highest non-bonus play of the tournament. 114 points for a 4-tile play. So some heavy scoring going on here. And we have Gary, who has drawn a 7-letter word out of the bag. So I would expect to see Gary play a bonus straight back here. He has a couple of options. And he is choosing one of those now. He is playing Trampler. He could actually have played Trample above of to make Roan and Afar. That would have been the highest scoring option. But Trampler is still a good one. Still scores 76 points and keeps him in this game. So still several hotspots on this board for scoring. Brian has picked some high-scoring tiles, the H, the W, and the K, but he's also picked the U and a couple of T's. So he'll be looking to make the most of those scoring tiles on this move. Brian has lined up WHOT, which looks like is probably his highest scoring play here. And that's a good choice. It undoubles the T's, it gets rid of 2 of the clunky tiles, scores 36 points. So a nice find from Brian there. And back to Gary, who has picked 2 E's and some slightly clunkier tiles in the C and the G, which don't go very well together, and the P. So he's just trailing now by 62, and he'll need to try and keep pace with Brian here. You might look at playing something down through the A of Trampler, which would open up some more lanes. Brian is absolutely expert at defending a lead, and Gary is probably aware of that, having played him several times. So he'll know that he can't afford to let Brian close the board down here. So something like Capel or Pagel going down through the A of Trampler would work quite well here for balancing his rack, getting a reasonable score, keeping the board as open as he can. Looks like he is playing down there. Is he playing Glance? Yes, he is. That's a good option as well. EP is not a bad leave. So that keeps Gary in the game, and Brian still has some quite clunky stuff on his rack. The K, the U, and the W. He has a nice place to play the K above his previous play with Uke, EUK. I'll score 36, but it would keep the 4 clunky consonants of B, D, T, W. If he wants to try and address the open lane at the bottom, he could play something down through the L of Trampler like Bulked, which would turn over some tiles and restrict options along the bottom there. We're also aware there's a little bit of glitching going on with the rack cameras, so please bear with us. We will try and address that over the lunch break, which is coming up after this game. So, yeah, thank you for bearing with us. They will have a little rest over lunchtime. Looks like Brian has lined up Bulked, which I previously mentioned as an option. It could be lining up booked instead of bulked, actually, and booked would do a lot of good things for him. It would really address that open lane at the bottom of the board. It would score quite well. Make it very hard for Gary to get anything along that bottom section of the board. So Brian having a good think about this. And he's opting for bulked. Not much to choose between those two plays. Bulked scores 3 points more, so that might be a deciding factor for Brian, just to keep on scoring. Gary, meanwhile, is not far off a bonus, but doesn't have anything available here at the moment. He's got some good tiles on his rack, which he could use for bonusing potentially. But he could see the board getting shut down very quickly here. So he's going to want to keep things open if he does draw into a bonus to have somewhere to play it. Probably want to play off something like the Y and the O, which looks like his best play here. Still keeps that E available for bonuses and keeps a very strong DE IPS. That's a good lead from that rack. Gives him chances next move. So yeah, good and quick choice there by Gary. And back to Brian, who has a 34-point lead and will be looking to maintain that lead and also restrict Gary's comeback options. So he might choose a play here that shuts down the lower left corner of the board, or he might just go for score. There are some good plays that play to the C that he has, and he's lined up tonemic, which looks like a really strong play. Entomic, the anagram of that, would also play in that same spot. If he wants to play something a bit cuter and go for leave, he could play down through the E of Trumpler. He could play meow in that spot. Keep EINT, which would potentially lead to a bonus with the G of glance, but I don't think he'll be prioritizing bonusing here. Brian will be looking to maintain his lead and restrict Gary's comeback chances. So I would not at all be surprised here to see him play tonemic, which he has lined up. Yeah, and that's a very nice play. Well found there. Board is shutting down absolutely rapidly now. Gary's chances of coming back, not gone, but they're being very restricted. There are very few vowels left. I'm looking from Gary's perspective now. With 4 of the vowels on his rack, there are only 4 more unseen. So Brian could find himself with a very clunky consonant-heavy rack next. But he has drawn some vowels, so not many left in the bag. So what are Gary's options here? We're aware that there's a slight error on the Quackle with the score attribution. We're just getting that fixed now. Brian just checking how many are in the bag. Gary having a long think about what to do here, seeing that his options are getting greatly reduced. He might want to think about playing something on the right-hand side of the board here to just try and open up another lane. And that is looking like what he's doing, and that seems a sensible option. Playing DE, score very much, but it does create some volatility on the board, which is what he needs here. So that's good recognition by Gary that the board shape is not in his favour. But Brian is going to be scoring heavily here. He's drawn the X, and he has a very big scoring play at the bottom left here, which I would expect him to find. He's got a choice of vexed or wexed at the bottom right, bottom left, I beg your pardon. So we have 6 tiles in the bag. Vexed or wexed does everything that Brian needs it to do. It scores 68 points. It leaves 1 in the bag. And it gives him an unassailable lead in the... So again, we're aware that the score on the screen is not currently updated. The correct score is 378 to Brian, 326 to Gary. And that's updated now. Brian has lined up Wexed on his rack, and I'm pretty sure that's what he's about to play. He might be thinking about keeping the V for a block on another move if he needs it. Players just confirming the scores there as well. And Brian has played Wex on the right-hand side, which is an interesting choice. He's obviously decided to address the opening that Gary's just made. Sacrifices quite a lot of points to do that. I'm not sure which is the right option there. But certainly in terms of winning percentage, the move he's played is going to be very high. It kills any chance of a bonus down that side from Gary. So 2 tiles in the bag. Gary's sitting there with not a bonus on his rack, and we'll know now that he's in some trouble. And his last best chance is probably to try and play off 1 tile here and go for something. If that's even possible, because there are not many spaces on this board to play a bonus. Gary's probably checked all his tracking, looking at what's left potentially in the bag, what he could draw. Could he draw into a bonus? Gary does have lots of time left to think about this. He'll be aware that Brian can't really do anything underneath the tonemic area now because there are only 2 vowels left unseen to Gary, both of which are U's. But it's a tricky position for Gary to be in at this stage. He's hasn't really got anywhere that he can open up that couldn't be immediately addressed. And certainly the computer is not giving Gary any chance of winning this game at this point. Any play has less than a 1% chance of winning. Gary quite rightly taking his time here, trying to eke out any possibility that he can somehow sneak this game. But it does look like a fairly forlorn hope at this stage. So one of these players, and looking like Brian, will move on to 16 wins and 4 losses after this game. The other player on 15 wins is Harshan. He's currently playing Colin Northmore. So we could potentially have 2 players on 16 wins with 4 to play. The players will be going to lunch after this game. And the next game, game 21, will be scheduled to be at 10 to 2, so 1:50 p.m. In the meantime, if you're watching and you're enjoying the stream, please do give us a subscribe. We would love to have as many subscribers as possible to this channel. And yeah, do let us know any feedback you have about the stream. Anything constructive is really helpful to help us build this into as big a stream as we can make it. Looks like Gary's getting ready to play off the beat and one of the E's here in the hope of just drawing into something. And he has played BE on top of tonemic. So we're entering the final stages of this game here. Over the lunch break, the pairings for round 21 will be coming available. So do give us a shout and tell us who you'd like to see on the stream. We will be focusing on board 1 or board 2 at this stage as we enter the latter stages of this tournament, featuring the games right at the top of the standings. And we will take your demands into account when deciding who's on the stream for the next 4 rounds. Brian has just got the last few minutes here to try and work out his best endgame. See if he can maximise his scoring. Spread could come into it very much when it's such a close tournament. Might be looking to see if he can make an out in 2 here. His highest scoring play is through the O of What, which is Vodun, making Doff. That's 25 points. That's possibly his best play here. So just as Brian assesses his plays here, having a look at the scoreboard to see any of the results that come in. Most of the top games are still playing, or we haven't had the results in for them yet. Mohamed Kamara has just beaten Chris Cummins. He's moved up to 12-8 in 10th place. Piotr Andronowski has beaten Craig Solomons. And Euclid Hui, also from Hong Kong, like Brian, has moved up to 11-9 with a win over Wayne Kelly. As we see Brian play Vend, which is one of his best options here, getting rid of the V and the D. And Gary here picks the J at the end of the game, having played a move, potentially the previous move to try and block any J plays from Brian, picked it himself. But he does have some scoring players at the top of the board here, on top of a Northic. So he can play Je, J-E-U, or he can play J-U-S in the same spot. Both of those score 44 points. Otherwise, he could play something like Dupe, making Age, but that would give back Jut, so he probably won't do that. So I would not be surprised to see something like JEU here. And it looks like Gary has found the best play of JEU. So reduces Brian's his losing margin a little bit as well. Takes Gary up to 388. Brian has already identified his play of Trug. Gary's play actually gave Brian a higher scoring option of Ut for 14. But Trug is fine at this point in the game. Brian's not going to spend a lot of energy trying to find every little point at this point in the game. He'll be relieved he's won this game, and he's still on the winning trail and likely to still be leading after this, depending on the result of Harshan's game. Gary just with 4 tiles left, and he has 2 possible outplay words, tips or pits, and 2 possible places to play them. So I would expect him to play tips or pits at the top right here. And he's just dumped the T for Jot instead. Brian finds his highest scoring outplay of Yelt for 7 points, and that seals a very good win for Brian. He got off to a good start. Probably the moment of that game really was Gary's choice of a Northic when he did have other options available, which gave such a huge score for quiz for Brian. He did have 88 for it anyway, but 114 was huge. The last player's just been challenged, so that'll be an extra 5 points for Yelt for Brian. So that gives Brian a winning margin of 75 in this game. He'll be very happy to have got through that one. Gary, very tough opponent. Both of these players still right in contention going into the last 4 rounds of this tournament. Okay, so we're just going to cross over to the leaderboard. We have a look at the scoreboard here and see if we've got any results to show you. Still waiting for all of the top games at the moment. So Harshan against Colin is a really crucial game. David Webb is not out of it completely yet. If he can win again, he probably has to win all his remaining games, given that he's 3 wins behind Brian, and hope that the top players all come to grief in the last few games. But realistically, he's not really in contention just because the top players are going to be playing each other. So it looks like 1 from 3. It looks like Brian or Harshan or Gary. And as I speak, Harshan has beaten Colin Northmore, and he is on 16-4, as will Brian be. So Harshan and Brian both on 16 with 4 to play, and Gary on 15. And yes, realistically, probably those 3 are the only 3 with a chance of winning this tournament. Brian won it last year. Sorry, Harshan won it last year, so he's trying to defend his title. And yes, I think we should have an exciting last 2 games. So we are due to be back after the lunch break at 10-2. We will have another top game for you then. In the meantime, tell your friends about the stream, share it with people, and we will be back at 10-2 to take you through game 21. Thanks for watching.
Okay, everybody, welcome back to the UK Open 2026. This is round 22. Championship rounds have begun. We have an incredible matchup for you guys. Top two players in the standings, Brian Poe, Harshan Lamabadusuriya. It's going to be an epic match. It's going to be very important for the entirety of the tournament. I'm looking at the standings. I just got back from a tournament myself, but trying to catch up to what's going on. Brian is in the lead. He has 117 spread over Harshan. So they have the same amount of wins, but Brian's differential, his tie breaks are a little bit higher. And both of these guys are 2 games ahead of the next best player. In third place, we have Gary Oliver at 15-6 with less than 1,000 spread. So he's also behind a lot in tie breaks. And fourth place, we got Ronan Dance having a great tournament, and Graham at 13-8 as well in fifth place. So those are the top 5 right now. A lot of players at 13-8, but Brian and Harshan have seemingly been just sucking all of the wins and the spread out of the room for the last 21 rounds. So can't wait to bring you guys this one. It's super, I guess it's a big privilege, honestly, to just come in at this point in the tournament and be able to commentate top game. So players are ready. Tiles have been successfully unsquared. Harshan is, I think Harshan's going second. I'm pretty sure that's how these things work. But we'll see. We'll see who's first. It says starts. Yeah, Brian is first. Okay. Yeah, Harshan has to shake. Pretty sure the rules are similar in the UK. I've played one UK tournament. It was also an internationally sanctioned event, but usually player going second shakes, player going first draws. And that's what we're seeing here. Brian's going to draw 7. I want to see his drawing technique. I've never seen Brian play before, but he's been doing a heck of a job here. He's the only player right now in the standings that has a current rating of 201. So if that's any indication of his strength. So we'll see the letters appear on Brian's rack eventually. But they just need to unfreeze the camera. We do see Harshan's tiles. IOWLT are 5 of his 7. We'll get the rack cam unfrozen. Just reload it and see what Brian drew. Harshan's lost a second. That's pretty funny. All right, so DDEENUS. That is really good. We already see a word pretty much aligned on the rack. Duendes is a word that'll most likely be coming down here. Brian has no doubts of its validity. So that's a very good start. We'll see if it's played vertically, horizontally. Like I said, I just got here. I don't know how Brian plays. Is he a verti? Is he a zonti? D-nu is also a word. Choice between the 2 anagrams. Actually, 3 anagrams, Dudines. And he's just showing us his knowledge right there. He knows these words. It's like clockwork for him, it seems. It's so funny that Harshan has 24:59 on his clock. I wonder if that bothers him at all. But yeah, it's going to be a great start for Brian Poe in this. What's the word? So there's ultimate, penultimate, and something penultimate round. Someone in the chat can give me the very long word. That'd be appreciated. So Dudines is the choice. Brian trying to limit those overlaps, the strength of the potential overlaps as much as you can. AILOTVW is Harshan's rack. So 72-0 is the score right now. Anti-penultimate. Very nice. That was what I was looking for. Thank you. ABSP Scrabble. I wonder who that is. So, yeah, pretty tough start when you get bonused on in the first turn and your rack isn't all that great. So it was a very difficult decision. Do I overlap? Harshan can score 24 points here, playing TOW or OWT. But, that doesn't do a great job at leaving options open, get a bonus down in the long term. So pretty sure Harshan's going to want to do something different. I just don't really know what that is. You could play vows to the S, set up the A hook. VOWS, setting up A VOWS. You could play something like wave, WAIVE, to the E in the center of the board. Yeah, a bunch of things are possible, but none of the things are good. That E is the best tile for Harshan right now, if he wants to get an 8-letter word. And I think one of the benefits of Dudines over Duendes or Dinus is that it puts the E's right next to each other. So kind of creating a situation where as floaters, they can both be blocked at once. And so Harshan will want to leave the E open if he can. Again, you can't really do everything you want to do in this position. I assume Harshan's going to take somewhat longer than this, actually. He's already taken 2.5 minutes. It's such a tough start. It's a very important turn. It's pivotal. He's thinking of playing Vital underneath the DUDE. That does retain the possibility of a bonus to the center E. But the leave is not good. Doesn't really set up the W despite it making DA right above the triple letter score. And kind of destroys the bottom left of the board and the top left at the same time. It's such a tough situation, like I said, facing an opening bingo. You don't want to constrict the board, but you don't want to score nothing. Let your opponent just continue to add their lead. So Vital is the choice by Harshan. It's a very interesting one, not one that I was thinking about. That'll score 24. And it leaves the E and the S, which are the two best floaters, alone. And maybe he can draw an A or an E to underlap the UT for Uta or Ute. As Brian knows the next move, IMNPRXY. Yeah, that's a pretty good post-bonus draw. You do only have that I as a vowel, as a full vowel, but the word minx is playable with elm. The word PYXIS, very tough 5-letter word to spot, is playable to the S in Dudines. Both of those plays leave pretty well. So I'm liking those two options. I have a particular like for a play that blocks rather than opens. So Minx would open an S hook with elms. Pixis would close the S in Dudines and not really give much back in return. I think that would be my choice, PYXIS, if I saw it. It's worth mentioning, as pointed out in the chat, that A Vital is valid, so that is a lifeline that Harshan will have probably for a very long time. Just given that if you hook an A onto Vital, you're necessarily opening a triple word score unless playing like CA something. So it's unlikely that the A will be hooked onto vital, not making a bonus. As Brian has spotted, I think his top play here. Very nice. 33. Starting to clamp down on the remaining space on the board. But yeah, A vital, it is a lifeline. It's just, you never really want to play there. It opens so much. So Harshan has drawn okay to his WO leave. CNNPY was his 5-tile draw. That's going to allow him to score some points here. Something like copy through the P in Ixis, COPPY. Makes sense. You could use those same letters for 2 more points and overlap the UDEE of Dudeens, like copy. But the leave, not very good in either of these options. So perhaps a play like Auni, which Harshan currently has lined up, is worth doing just to keep the better leave and leave the board open as well. PNC might hit the E and Dudeens. Also, the play of Pawnee sort of makes it harder to naturally block that E as a letter ending a word. So I do like that idea over playing COPY here. But Harshan's going to consider his options as he always does. Very deliberate, very thorough. Now under the 20-minute mark. Brian's drawn pretty well. Drawn 3 vowels to his 3-consonant leave. Don't think he's threatening anything. But he was threatening something. Oh my goodness. So copy is coming down, blocking a 9-letter word. I don't know. Again, I don't know much about Brian. But had he spotted bromelain, which is, it's not an uncommon word. I'm pretty sure it's just an enzyme that you might have heard word of in your life. But that was blocked. So we'll not get to see whether Brian's knowledge extends that far and his play finding ability. So Harshan takes the points. I don't really know if this is the right approach. Leave is poor, you're blocking stuff, but you're scoring points and restricting your opponent. So Harshan now down 45. So ABIMNOR for Brian Poe. And he has one standout option, I would say. It's just to play Boma, overlapping the PYX of Pixis. The problem with that play is it opens that top middle triple word score in a way that can get hurt pretty badly. If Harshan just has some random rack, you could hook an A or an O onto the B of Boma, put a high scoring tile on that double letter score 50 points easily. So the defense of Boma is restricted to bingo defense. 2 types of defense, bonus/bingo defense, preventing your opponent from getting bonus options, and scoring defense. When you're ahead, bingo defense is usually more important, but you don't want to give your opponent freebies. I'm very much expecting Boma not to be played. It's just not something you really want to do. Just give your opponent a ticket back into the game via scoring. But it might still be the best play. You could play Bona in the same spot. That doesn't set up an A hook. So we already have the A hook on Vital, A Vital. Boma would set up a Boma, but that hook very unlikely to be used. A very interesting turn, Brian taking quite a long time here. He has Brian lined up, He's thinking of playing Bryony, which is a very interesting option to the Y. It restricts both scoring and bingos and keeps MA, which is a very nice 2-tile combination to keep when you're ahead. Very balanced sleeve. You can score with it, maybe even bingo with it. So Bryony for 22. I like this. I like this idea. And Harshan did not draw well to his WNN. He's in a little bit of trouble now. Down 67 with nothing to really show for his deficit. No bingo tiles of note, except if you exchange. And I think Harshan's probably going to exchange here. You can play PWN for 16. Set up your S. Keep 5 consonants that are pretty good on their own, but together, not so much. So he's keeping the Z. This is very interesting. If that O of Bryony stays open, maybe Zupas can be drawn, something of that nature, maybe just Zap or Zep. So it's often a good idea to keep the Z on exchange, even when you're behind and trying to get a bonus down soon, because it allows you to score and balance a lot of the time on the next move. So that's the decision by Harshan. Back over to Brian, who has drawn a C and a V, which normally you don't like to see those tiles together. They're very clunky. But in this case, you can actually use the C and the V to a strong degree and block the hook on Vital. Just play CAVA and A Vital and eliminate that hook for the rest of the game without opening a triple. And I'm thinking of playing it over the top rather than playing the first A of CAVA with A Vital for extra points. I would just play it down to the second A, putting the C on the triple letter score, sacrificing a few points, just to really deal with the situation. But there's no hook on A Vital. For a second, I was thinking Natival or something was playable after that, but no matter. I really like that play. Vac does the same thing, sort of, but does create an S hook that is going to be very difficult to deal with. Leave is better. Score is around the same. I think Kava was slightly better, but this is a very good play as well. So the one issue with keeping the Z, of course, is that if you draw another high-scoring tile, it'd be kind of weird. And it might take a while to deal with, but here Zipola is going to score so well. For 77 points overlapping. That was one of the plays I was thinking about. I just did not expect Harshan to draw AILO. 4 out of 5 tiles. But here we are. Zipola will set up QIN. Will potentially set up QAT, QIS as well. So maybe Harshan doesn't need no bingo. Sometimes interesting to see Harshan's rack behavior. Does he know that he has Zipola? Oh no, he does not. That is a huge mistake. Possibly the biggest mistake we've seen so far for Harshan. This is around a 30-point sacrifice. Just, he did not believe. He didn't believe that he had anything better. And what I feel like is Harshan is probably going to recognize that he has the extension a lot of the time next turn and realize that he missed it. Hopefully for him, psychologically, that doesn't transpire. He doesn't ever see Zipola. Maybe he saw it and wasn't sure, I just think he flat out missed it. And now Brian has the opportunity to continue to pad a very, very strong lead here. It's 150 to 107, but Brian can score 48 here by just playing Matzo. He has that lined up. He can play a little bit more conservatively and play Makuta, 6-letter word, making Azo. And that does a better job at, I guess, keeping the bingo threats to a smaller degree. Of course, Azo will take that L for Lazo, but I think Matzo is probably worth it here. The leave isn't great, but 48 points is fantastic. But Makuta is very interesting as well. Very nice play. Brian's been playing very, very strong this game. All of his plays have made a ton of sense. And he's leading by 90 points. So Harshan, keeping the Q, has drawn the J. That is not really what he wants. There isn't a great spot for that J. But unfortunately, Harshan's best play here is probably Zipola again. Setting up the J, setting up QIS again with an I draw. Keeping the J and the Q together. Doesn't seem very logical when you're fighting from behind, but you have to pick your battles. Try to slow the game down. Build towards a bonus eventually. There's just no good options here. We play Soja, S-O-J-A, making Vax. That creates a huge spot underneath the J. But I think Zipola is the play here. We have people analyzing with Makondo in the chat. Thank you, everybody who's following the game so closely. J-O is what Harshan plays here. It kind of feels like a little bit of frustration. I don't know. I mean, if you don't see Zipola, of course, what do? I think this is probably the next best option. But the way that Harshan is playing feels to me like he's not happy. And why would he be? He's down 70 points and he has a Q. But Brian has drawn 3 vowels, so not going to have great options here. Maybe you just play our favorite Latin word, Evovae, E-U-O-U-A-E. If you're new to Scrabble, you're hearing about this word for the first time, welcome. E-U-O-U-A-E. Probably my favorite word in the Collins lexicon. So amazing. Those U's are now V's, but both spellings are acceptable. So 14 points with P-E-L-E is Evovae. 8 points through the A. Definitely not worth playing. I think this is a miss. I think there's really no need to worry about setting up an E and an S hook. I think you should have taken 14, but see a very interesting exchange, keeping EK to potentially keep scoring with. Harshan trying to deal with his junk plays. Kot, his best play, of course, again, was Zipola from the Zip. Kot for 13, bring him within 56. Brian has drawn that first blank. What a good draw for him. So now that H is going to be super useful, hooking ODA. Brian can score 41 with Hike, H-A-I-K. I feel like that is the best move. Maybe you can play H-A-O. You want to keep that K again. Maybe HA if you don't want to open an easy lane. But I like hike here. It's pretty restrictive. 41 points. You're primed to hit the M and Matzo in the next couple moves if Harshan doesn't. And just end the game then and there. So Brian in a fantastic position here. Anti-penultimate round. The 2026 UK Open. I didn't say it. So HAKE, similar idea. Certainly a worse version of HAIK. But I was just saying hake, so maybe I was a little bit too ambiguous. Both of these words pronounced that way, I think. Hake, hike, who knows? Over to Harshan. There is one saving grace. There are tons of E's left. Only the 2 E's of Dudines had been played before this move, so keeping an E was not as good as usual. Brian did not redraw an E. Harshan drew an E. And he can play Zippola for 34 points. He also has the option of playing Quellas from the K for 42. That's very nice. Opening the board, setting up that S in a very dangerous position, but also eliminating the board opening options under the E of hake. So give yourself something, but you also take something away. Now we have that M in Matzo, a very prime spot for a bonus, and the S in Quellas. But Brian Poe with a fantastic rack here is going to strike first. Strobills, first thing I see from the S. 86 points, but there might be a better option in Laborism. The M in Matzo for the same score. Not opening anything. But Brian playing Miss Labor instead, the anagram of Laborism. 3 fewer points, putting the blank on the double letter score, and opening another lane starting with S. So this is certainly a mistake. Not a huge one, but it could pay dividends down the line for Harshan, who really needs an open board. So there's a prime lane now with the R and Miss Labor. Prime lane with the S and Quellas. Unfortunately, Harshan has drawn another W as well as a G. So he cannot do anything immediately. But Brian definitely was low on the clock, so he wanted to play a bit faster. And those blank racks can really be a time sink. So an understandable decision. But against Harshan, even though he's down 138 points, any mistake might cost you down the line. Harshan might be able to make something happen still on this board. So you guys are wondering what is in Harshan's camera view. That is his clipboard. Don't worry about it. Know his letters EGOORSW. He is playing OW for 24. This play makes a lot of sense because it retains the possibility of playing a bonus from the R and Miss Labor. Our E words will still fit. However, now the only scoring spot on the board pretty much is under the OW. And with a lot of racks, Brian can just eliminate that R from contention. In this particular instance, your REI or REI EO score 26 points and float an I in the triple lane. And that I is going to be kind of hard to bonus from. An I is a good tile for 7 and 8 letter words, but not in first position. However, we might see the 9 letter word making REI What is Harshan's last tile? It looks like either a 1 or a 4-point tile. It looks like an I. So Harshan is going to bonus here. But Orei comes down first. And Senores, wherever Harshan decides to play this, I see no reason why he would play to the left. I think he wants to open the board further. So Senores from the Esenquelos for 80 will reduce the deficit to 60 points. So this draw for Brian is going to be very important. There's still a blank out, still some good tiles left to draw. And on this board, the next bingo will either shut the game out in Brian's favor or tie the game in Harshan's favor. So GORE, same 4 letters that Harshan had. Brian under the 10-minute mark, but tiles are getting played fast. There are only 19 letters in the bag after this. EGLORTT is not going to bonus, and there is no blank on that rack. So Harshan with a chance here to make pretty incredible comeback in the later throws of this game. NT, that's a good start. DE, even better. 2 more E's. And a U. Undelete is going to play through the L of Quellas unless Brian decides to block those floaters. Brian's best play here for sure is GERT underneath Orei, making UGBORE, OWER, and IT. That's 34 points, extends the lead to almost 100. But if we see that play and we see Detonews also fitting, oh my goodness. This is a game, folks. I cannot see any world in which both of those bonuses are blocked. GERT. Harshan going to very quickly play Detonews, I believe. He's spotted undelete only, though. Very important here. 19-point difference, but positional difference as well. Detonews is really so much better than undelete. There we go. There it is. 80 points. 14 is now the difference. And if you are Brian and Althorns was just blocked, and there's still a blank unseen, and there's only 8 tiles left in the bag, you are beginning to worry. What in the world just happened? That's what I was saying earlier. Couple of tiny inaccuracies can really make all of the difference in a Scrabble game. Look at how open the bottom of the board still is here. Wow. I think for Brian, he should probably play the word Althorn, the one he has on his rack, through the L of Quellas. Eliminate a lot of the space on the board and leave only a few tiles left for Harshan. That will leave 2 in the bag, which is pretty ideal. And Harshan has missed the blank. The blank is still out there. So that is huge for Brian. Brian now back in the driver's seat should he play Althorn or any reasonable play. Brian will be more likely than Harshan to win this game. Minutiae doesn't fit anywhere unless I'm missing something. Wow, what a game. You thought it was going to be a blowout. Scrabble does not taketh away in round 22. the UK Open. So 6 minutes for Brian, 11 minutes for Harshan, 14 points between them. Brian's noticing Althorn, maybe for the first time, the sinking feeling of your game-winning bonus being blocked. But there are 8 tiles in the bag. Such a strong player Brian is. I think he'll recognize the need to play as many tiles as he can here, score some points, go for that all-important blank, take a nice lead, eliminate space. It checks all of the boxes. Althorn through the L in Quellos. That is what your commentator here wants to see. If instead Brian decides to score points, he can play on the top under the S of mislabor, that H spot. You can play Lath, L-A-T-H, or T-A-N-H, Tan. That scores 32 points, keeping balanced letters, which are somewhat likely to bonus on this board. But what I'm worried about is if a bonus comes down, so much of the space will be eliminated. So even if Brian draws into a bonus with his leave of ANOR or ALOR, it might get blocked. Harshan has a blank or a bonus of his own. He doesn't even need the blank to have a bonus. There's an ING unseen. There's an ED unseen. Pretty good letters. 2 Fs, a G, 2 Is, 2 Es. And that's pretty much it, other than the U for like potentially bad tiles. What we do know is that Harshan has no blank, and he's still feeling a very intense amount of pressure in this game. And by the time that Brian is taken on this turn, Harshan might wonder if Brian indeed does have the final blank. Wow, what a game. It looks like Brian's spotted the option of playing Althorn. I think that's what you do here. I really think it's by far the best play. It doesn't block everything. It does most things right. It will pretty much outrun, I think it'll outrun everything that isn't a bonus. With a 14-point lead plus 24, this feels very hard to lose. Pressure's on. 3 minutes 40 for Brian Poe to end this game. Harshan with a lot of time to consider his options. This draw is the most important one. I think Harshan needs to go for a bonus here. Minutia to the A of Quellos does score 24, leaving just an E. It'll give him very good chances to go out next turn in the endgame, but I don't think that'll be enough most of the time. I really think that Harshan needs to do his best to draw into a bonus. But the blank, the first tile that Brian sees, that is huge. What are the tiles in the bag now? There is an E and there is an F. Those are the 2 remaining tiles. I don't want to call it, folks, but I don't know if an E and an F are going to be very helpful to Harshan's chances, regardless of what he does here. I think Brian's going to take this one, but what a crazy, crazy game. What a comeback from Harshan. And maybe he'll pull something else out of his hat. I wouldn't count him out just yet. But looks very tough. Looks very tough now. 10 minutes. I think Harshan's going to use pretty much all of that time, if he has any sense. Try and figure out a path to victory here. He's down 38. I just don't see how you're winning without a bonus. Minutia, like I said, cuts the deficit to 14, but once Brian inevitably uses that bottom left triple, I don't think any outplay is really going to do it for Harshan. So he plays SI for 4, going for an A. Maybe going for other stuff too. Probably going for a lot of stuff, honestly. And he draws the F. So Harshan played so quickly there. I mean, I don't even have time to process what that was about. But I don't think the F is going to do it. Mutineer. Minutiae. So if you draw the blank, you win. If an A and an E are unseen, Brian might have to choose what to block. And from Brian's perspective, Mutineer is still unseen. So 50% chance Harshan had of drawing the E, but is still in the bag. Brian needs to make sure his tracking is in order and block the R of Althorn. I don't think there's anything else unseen to him. But what we know is that Harshan missed the fish. And that it looks like Brian's game here. Folder is what Brian's looking at. He's already identified the threat, it seems. And that'll go out with pretty much every letter. He's going to play it. 2 minutes left. Harshan must realize with this play that his fish might have worked. The E was out there. Otherwise, why wouldn't Brian play a real E rather than a blank? And the clock is hit, and that'll do it. Oh my goodness. Brian Poe taking this all-important victory against the champ, the UK champ, the most decorated UK player of today's game, Harshan Lamabadusuriya. What a game. Harshan now, best he can do is narrow the deficit to 59 points. He's down 60. His best play narrows the deficit to 59 after Brian's outplay. That play is FIE next to the OLD of folder. Harshan has 8 minutes to solve this endgame. I don't think he really wants to. Yeah, wow. What else to say? That was a crazy game. There were really a lot of interesting decisions. Bryony, I thought, was a very interesting play by Brian. Apparently the engine didn't like that one so much. But the big miss here was Zappola. Was it 4 turns in a row or 3 turns in a row? Harshan missing that word. And the first turn was the most important time to find it. Brian also could have improved on his play of Hake, play of Mislabor, potentially his play of Vac as well, but those were not huge stakes. Harshan looking at Fume here. Not really. He's looking at Fumette. Is he? I don't really know where that. Oh, Fume goes next to Dead News. Yeah, that's the third best play. The problem is he really wants to block Waged. WAGED is by far Brian's best outplay that he's threatening. So that's why the play of FIE, despite scoring less, not getting rid of the M, is better than Fume. And the play of Metif, also overlapping Dead to News. It's not as strong. Harshan finding FIE. When you lose a game like this, I do find it very calming to just say, all right, end game time. The rest of the game doesn't matter. It's time to solve the position. It really does tend to get rid of a lot of the damage caused by the loss. Because end games don't care about your feelings. End games don't care about the score. There is a best play. There is a best sequence. It is a puzzle. Solving puzzles is why most of us love Scrabble. And Harshan seems to be very close to solving this one. Ronan beat Gary. Wow. So, some standings updates while we wait. So Ronan taking a game against Gary Oliver by 151 points. Holy mackerel. So now, after this game, it is just Brian and Harshan, honestly, in contention. Harshan's going to be 2 games up on Ronan, 2 games up on Gary, but also a lot of spread. So I don't know what the pairings are going to be. I don't know what the format is, but it feels like the next 2 games should be Brian versus Harshan, and we'll have a best of 3 on our hands. That's what I'm predicting. After this victory, Brian will be up a game and around 200 and change spread on Harshan. So that doesn't really matter, given that if it's a best of 3, one of the players is going to end up with an extra win, unless there's a tie. So it doesn't actually feel like spread is a big factor here. In that sense, maybe Harshan is better off just chilling and just making a play, not racking his brain, saving his energy for the next 2 games. But Harshan's going to need to win both of them, or tie and win by a whole lot. Brian just needs one more victory to clinch the title of the UK Masters Champion 2026. FIE is the play by Harshan. That is his best play. Very nicely done. 24 points. After this play, GAE will fit for 11, which would bring the total to 455, Brian. 396, Harshan. Great game. we see our producer / director Rick going in there, just casually sliding Harshan's clipboard away from the camera. Sorry, I don't know why that makes me laugh so much. So, perfect end game. Nigel's not the only one. Good game. Good game. All right, well, they're probably going to want to take a break here. But what I will say is thank you for being here, everybody. Thank you for watching. GG. That was a cool one. We'll let you know as soon as we know when these guys are ready to play again. Probably a pairings break. Just a little potential bathroom break between games. A lot of results are in. So like we said, Ronan taking a very important game over Gary Oliver, putting Gary too far away from these 2 top gunners to really win the tournament. The way that these pairings work is, of course, we have a situation where now Brian cannot be caught by Ronan or Gary, but Harshan can. Still, because Harshan can win the tournament, there is no logic in pairing Harshan with Ronan or Gary, even though those two could technically catch up to him by beating him twice. They're more likely going to pair Harshan and Brian again because they are the ones most likely to win and they would like to control their destiny. We have standings in the chat. I hope everybody's liking this video. What an incredible broadcast it's been so far. Just out of nowhere, UK has brought streaming to their top tier tournaments. It looks fantastic, sounds fantastic. So don't forget to like this video, subscribe to this video. So we're going to take a short break before the penultimate round. And we're going to take you in to the final throws when these two guys are ready to face off again. I'm Josh Sokol here in Montreal, Canada. The 2026 UK Open is coming to a close, slowly but surely. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with round 23 of 24. See you soon. Welcome back to the 2026 UK Open. We have the last two games for you. Harshan Lamabadusuriya, Brian Poe, the only two players that can win this tournament. Harshan just lost his last game to Brian. It's going to be a best of three. Harshan, to start this game, he needs to win both of these games, or alternatively, win by a ton and tie one of the games. But wow, it's going to be quite the finish. Brian is ahead 220 or 245 spread. So yeah, if Harshan wins by 250 and then ties, I mean, I'm just going to eat my shorts. I think Harshan needs to win twice, and a pretty good start to do so with EFILNRS. And that's a pretty nice start. Like I said, you could score 12 points FIL. You could play a little bit longer, score 24. All those options are good. Keeping an S. Let's see what Brian draws. WU. Not so great. So far, it's looking okay for Harshan, but we cannot know what is going to happen in this game. Probably at least 10 moves will be played by each player. You could exchange the F. Is exchanging the F a good play here? Probably. You hit so many 7-letter words with the exchange. I wonder, will Harshan exchange one? Very interesting start. But regardless of what Harshan decides, he'll be pretty likely to draw a bonus on the next turn. I don't know if it's really worth it to score 0 here, though. The leave is good, but you get a bonus. Your bonus is not going to score all that much. Harshan has the option to score 12 points, leave very well. Score 24 points, leave pretty well. And that's what he's choosing to do. Flyer for 24. Engine agrees that it's all very close. Play short, play long, play very short. Harshan decided to take points. A good practical decision. AGLRTUW to respond for Brian. And you really want to play those two terrible tiles, the W and the U, but only good way to do that is to play WAUL or WAUR. And that also plays your only vowel left over. So it could be that something like TWAL to the left of the IER is a better option. WAG for 24 in the same spot doesn't look very good. Pretty dangerous. The leave is awful. The wall is the play. GRT is the leave. And we have a 1-point game. AAKNNOS for Harshan. Like I said, if you're just joining, 2 rounds remain. Harshan needs to win this game and the next game to guarantee a victory. And he's come from behind in so many of these ABSP events. Some of them he was leading the whole way. Brian's been in the lead for at least the last few rounds, having an incredible run. But will we see Harshan come back from a pretty large deficit, having to win 2 games on demand? It's a lot to ask for, even for the best in the world. So KAON for 29. That fits very nicely next to the WAU of Wall. That does appear to be by far Harshan's best play here. The ANS leave is pretty good too. And the defense this provides, making it very hard to score with a lot of racks if you're Brian. It's very strong. He plays it. But you guys might have noticed that blank tile on Brian's rack. That is the first blank of the game. And he has an incredible 94-point playable bonus here. And he sees it fritzing for 94 from the F and Flyer. will propel Brian into the lead here. But will Harshan have anything to say about that? UX draw. That is very weird. I don't think that responds very well to fritzing. Does Brian know fritzing for sure, though? Do you know that fritz is a verb, or are you going to go with the safer 84-point glitzier, not opening a triple, but certainly leaving a few points on the table? Putting the G in the triple lane is not a huge deal. So if glitzier is the choice, safer choice, then definitely we'll count this as a small mistake. But fritzing would be ridiculous here. So if fritzing comes down, Aid plays through the first eye for 34. I mean, is there anything better than that you can... I don't like the responses for Harshan, honestly, after fritzing. After keeping A and S, I was kind of hopeful that we'd see a little bit of fireworks, but this might be just a misfire here, or just a unique fire. Fritzing for 94 is the choice, and that sinking feeling of drawing poorly, triple being opened, getting bingoed on for 94. So Harshan down 64 points after this play with QATSDNX. Aid for 34 is probably his best option. Retaining the S for walls, but also keeping 3 other consonants. Very unideal. Is there any merit to making another play? If you play COTS, that's what Harshan was thinking of playing before Brian's move of fritzing. COTS and walls. Is that good to maybe draw an I to underlap with the X for 50 plus? Hope that Brian plays elsewhere. I feel like that's a little bit too much. I think you have to go with Kaid. Try to draw an X play soon. Just deal with the fact that a good start, you just haven't drawn what you needed to take the lead. Kaid is coming down. I bet you that tacking the S on for 3 points isn't a horrendous idea, despite that S being all important for walls down the line. Keeping 3 consonants rather than 4 is always much more practical. And wow, AILRSTT is the redraw, and that is another bonus. Trialist through the eye, starlit with walls. If Brian spots one of these, it's going to be so likely to clinch this tournament. It's a long game. We saw a 150-point deficit or so reduced to a 15-point deficit last game. If you missed out on that, good thing you can replay on YouTube. Don't do it yet. Stay here with us. Wow. Brian is getting quite the run here. So starlit 72 looks like the star play. Harshan's drawn okay. He's drawn 2 vowels and a Y, which is a semi-vowel. Some of you think the Y is a vowel. I'll die on the hill of it being neither a vowel nor a consonant. That's neither here nor there, is it? Starlit. Does Brian alphabetize his letters? Is that something that we've seen him do? Yes, it is. It feels like he's just making sure he has everything tracked before considering his move. That's a very good idea. In tense situations, you don't want to mess up your tracking, don't want to mess up your scoring. He sees it. Such a strong performance by Brian. Is he going to cap it off with 1 round to go? Starlit for 72. Harshan's got to be feeling some type of way about that. It's still a game. This is a 100-point lead. 102 to be precise. Harshan can come right back with Nixie underneath the I and the T for 42. Retaining some line on the bottom of the board for himself. Scoring very well. But look at what the play of Starlet does to the left side of the board. Not only is it fantastic thing to draw 2 bonuses in a row, but it's just like everything you could ask for in a bonus. Harshan spotting Nixie. You could also play Toxin from the T in Starlet down to the triple. That's interesting. But I think you have to take points here. I don't know. Maybe Toxin is better. Maybe you do want to be a bit patient. Keep the Y, which is not a fantastic pile for bonuses. Take out the scoring spot, not create an easy scoring spot. I always hate putting Ys in triples. Opponents can just score 40, 50 easily using one of those Ys. So it could be that Toxin is a better choice here. Also worth mentioning Onyx through the blank N of Fritzing for 29. I don't think that's a candidate move. Which doesn't do anything good for you. So Nixie is the choice by Harshan. And another great draw for Brian. Harshan is hesitant to make this play, but he does indeed hit the clock. So YAJE, new 4-letter word, is probably the top choice for Brian. Eliminating that Y from contention, getting rid of the J, keeping pretty nicely. Finjan also available through the blank N. That's 34, keeping ES. What's very interesting here is just like last game, very few E's have been played, and it's almost midway through. Only 1 E has hit the board so far this game, so an E is actually far less good to keep on your rack than it normally would be. Might be noticing a little bit of twitching in cameras. We're working on that. Sorry about that. Behind the scenes, we're trying to fix that up. Yes, this is the star play once again for Brian Poe. And he is ahead 102 once again. Nixie 42, YAJE 42. And what does Harshan have to show for it? Nothing. There is no bonus here. The I is in the wrong spot for toasting. So I think for Harshan, you have to just play Doat. D-O-A-T from the D in Kaid, underlapping. That's 27. Leaves GNST. Could turn into a bonus. The G actually a little bit useful on this board. I hate to compliment the G, but GNU, new, is a possibility on an otherwise closed left side of the board. You manage to start a bonus in G, breathing some life into the position. He is looking at notatings. You guys are right. Will he try that? That is not a word. I can't imagine trying that in any other situation than being down 100 points in a must-win scenario. But if notatings comes down, I am very confident Brian will challenge and win the game when it comes off the board. It pays to be patient in Scrabble. We saw almost the fruits of that patience in the last matchup, round 22. So Dote for 27 is what we're praying to see here for Harshan. There might be another option. There's no option from the T in Starlit. It always makes sense to play from that T and reopen part of the board, but can't play off your S here. Can't keep duplicate T's. Tough one. Harshan thinking of playing Tong, INN, and Tig underneath the NI of Nixie. Look at that draw from Brian. Oh my goodness. He has infects. And Tong blocks it. Doesn't it? Is there anything else that he has after Tong? Is Harshan going to make a soul read here? Infects will not play after this. Does Harshan want to play Tong, or does he see Dote? I think if he sees Dote, he's going to play it. I don't really see the benefit. We're going to restart the board cam to see if that fixes the issue. It won't be long. We'll see it soon. Harshan now looking at taunting. Does that take an S? Is that even a word? Taunting? I don't think that's a word. Does toting take an S? Totings is not a word either. You would like to make a play like that. Set up an S hook. Potting does take an S. Wow, that would be really good. Potting for 18, setting up an S. But it wouldn't be really good if Brian knows Tottings. This is very interesting. If Harshan plays Totting to set up his S, he is incentivized to use that hook. Brian is not. Brian is incentivized to be safe and not try something he's unsure of in a position where he's up by so much. So if Totting hits the board, I don't expect infects will come down unless Brian is certain that Tottings is a word. But on the other hand, Harshan, even if he's unsure of Tottings, will play a bonus with Tottings because he's in such a dire position. But no, instead we're seeing Tango, which makes sense, opening the left side of the board, and Infects is going to come down with authority with Int and TIS for 93 points. I don't know Harshan can recover from this, but he's come back from the dead before. Still triple open. There's still a lot of tiles to be played. Let's see what happens. We're here for it. With 18 minutes, he's feeling really good here. If he wins this game, he becomes the 2026 UK Open champion. Harshan, not so great of a draw here. Only one vowel. Second S. And infects for 93, just like a knife through the heart. How does Harshan recover from this position? He's down 177. It might be time for Desperado mode. Maybe you need to open a second triple. But Brian takes this title. I believe it is his first major victory in an international event such as this one. Probably his first UK title as well. What I'm hearing. Very exciting stuff. He is so close. We'll have to see what he draws. If he draws UUUOOOO, maybe he'll be in trouble. He's drawn 2 consonants, or 1.5 consonants. Oops, I caught myself there. Not the best draw of all time, but probably good enough. This would be the greatest comeback of all time. I'm calling it now. If I were in Brian's position, I would be so nervous. If I were in Harshan's position, I would be so nervous. This is top level Scrabble. Don't know what's going to happen until the last few moves. Blash is what Harshan has lined up through the A of Tango. That looks very strong. But it's only strong in a sense that if it was a tie game, Harshan would be likely to win after this play. His margins are so low right now. They may as well not even exist. But AAA or AAEEHY for Brian, he's looking to block that triple. That is the way back for Harshan. Harshan knows it. Brian knows it. Is there a way for him to do something about the triple? The only play that I see that's reasonable that blocks triple is Hyena. What else is there? YAGE to conclusively block? We're fixing the scores. You rarely see top experts having to correct their own scores, but in such a high stakes game, the nerves fill the room. They might even fill your computer screen. You're paying close attention. Over to Brian with 17 minutes, 40 unseen tiles for him, still a blank unseen, still a threat of a triple of a 9-timer. If I were Brian, I would block it. Hyena for 20, YAGE for 8. AGEE, does that conclusively block it? I don't know. Oh my goodness. Do you see what I see on Harshan's rack? Is Brian going to block? It looks like he's blocking. It looks like he's going to block Gungiest. But it just doesn't look like a good play. What if Harshan bonuses 3 times? What if he does something somewhere else on the board? That G isn't a huge threat, but it's the only immediate threat to Brian's 150-point lead. It just feels so much like the gravity is pushing you towards that part of the board here. You're up by so much. How do you lose? That's what Brian's asking. How can I lose this game? Can I play yeah for 33 underneath infects? Is that what he's looking at? What? Yeah for 30 on top of Starlit is reasonable. I think you have to block the triple. He had it lined up. He had Hyena lined up. Is he going to talk himself out of what we know is his ticket to victory in this 2026 UK Open? This is palpable. Is he going to take the points? Hyena 20, yeah 30, 10 points sacrifice. You almost never want to do that. But here you really do. Brian, what are you doing? Are you going to let the triple fall? Is Harshan going to come back in this game Without a blank, too. Still a blank unseen. Brian was moments away from pulling the trigger. Oh, man. Oh, he's put it back. He's lined it back up. Hyena. That would stop what's coming. Woo. I don't know what to say here. He blocks it. He does it. Hyena coming down. Harshan will still bonus, but it won't be 140 points. 72. He has cut Harshan's next score in half with this play. He has it on the board. He hasn't hit his clock. What are you thinking, Brian Poe? What are you worried about? Wow. It's just there. Harshan. He takes it back. He takes it back. Okay, but he doesn't. Okay. He's still trying to block. Triple. Yeen for 12 is the choice for Brian Poe. That does block Gungiest, but it doesn't block everything. Still possibilities of triples down the line, extremely unlikely ones. But Gunnites will open a second triple. This one far more likely to be used. Harshan will cut his deficit to 90 with this decision. And Brian will be incentivized to block the G of Gunnites, but he was setting his H up there. So will he utilize the scoring spot he's just created? Will he leave that G open? Harshan is still alive. I cannot believe that he's still alive in this game. What will Brian draw? But the blank! Oh my goodness. BP blank is Brian's draw, and he has one playable bonus. He does not need to spot this bonus. He can just block the G of Gunnites. And Harshan's drawn so poorly. That is deflating. DIOORUW. What a swing. It could have gone complete other direction, but Brian Poe on a 3-tile draw has drawn the final blank. All roads here seem to lead to a victory, the 2026 UK Open, or Brian Poe, who's had the run of his life in this tournament. His tentative rating over that incredible 200 mark. I believe Grandmasters 185 or so and up in the UK. 200 rating. Top player. So Phage is the play. Be Happen was playable to the N and Gunnites for 92. This wins just about as often as that does. 45 and Harshan to respond with WU. Does he give up? Does he block that unlikely but possible triple, or is he going to fight? He has to fight. If he wants to win the tournament, he has to leave this open, but no. He says, all right, it's not happening. You will take it. There are not enough tiles in the bag, I think, for Harshan to come back from a 100-point deficit. There might be. He could still bonus twice. This is a reasonable decision. But little does he know, Brian has the nuts. ABDEMO blank. Amoeboid fits underneath Gunnites for 96, making ISM and EA. That's not the only bonus. Mambode plays there. Boardman plays to the N in Gun Knights. Me Boyd plays through the I in Gun Knights. If you don't see any of your bonuses, D-Mob for 50 is a nice consolation prize, underlapping the ITES on the bottom of the board. And Babbledum might be what Brian sees here from the B of Blash, but he sees Amoeboid, and it works. There's nothing more to consider here. Amoeboid will be GG as long as he designates the blank correctly. If he makes this an I, stone cold, 96 points, best play. Brian Poe will be 2026 UK Open champion. Nick is an I. Harshan has drawn into a big himself of Decurion or Desurion. I'm probably really botching that pronunciation. So he did have a chance had Brian not had such a good rack. 364 to 477 after this. And there's some ugly tiles to draw. Harshan could still get a bonus potentially on this board. Actually, how do you bonus on this board? Maybe an 11 through the I and the TIS is what Harshan will draw. Maybe an 8 through the T of Fritzing. This board is so exhausted. We'll see what they draw, but this one is all but over. Brian Poe, with this victory, will win 2026 UK Open. And what a performance by him. Harshan still might need to fight a little bit longer to get second place. He's going to lose this game and play one of Graham no, he's not going to play Graham. Ronan or Gary, if they win their games, will be playing Harshan and trying to get second place by winning by like 250. But we'll see what game we show in the finals. This will be the clinching victory for Brian Poe. Congratulations to him. Will he spot Prophage to the PHAGE? By far his best play for 48 points. That would be incredible. Actually, it might not even be his best play. Groover from the G is 33 and gives Brian the chance to potentially go out next move. Prophage would completely empty the bag. In 2 weeks, I'm hearing, because of this victory, I believe, Brian will be playing a best of 17 match play against Phil Robertshaw. And I believe that'll be live streamed as well. Looking forward to that one. I will be in New Orleans at that moment, though. But so many Scrabble streams are hitting the interwebs. I really want to give a huge shout out to everyone behind the scenes, Ruth, as well as Rick, who are managing this stream. All the co-commentators as well. Groover is the play. 33 points. Harshan has every incentive to challenge that. It does end the game on the spot. This is valid. So 38 will be the score of this play. And we'll be in an endgame Brian's going to draw 3 tiles, PINE, and will potentially just go out next turn. Wow, what a game. Honestly, it was so tense. Brian was moments away from not blocking Gungiest, but his instinct kicked in, and he's all the better for it. Harshan with 10 minutes to solve this endgame. Thanks everybody for watching. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe to this channel. Far more streams are in the works for 2026. I'm sure of it. If you're watching on Twitch, you should go straight to YouTube, to ABSP Scrabble. Give them a thumbs up. Turn on your notifications. We will have an interview coming up with Brian after this victory. And yeah, I mean, he's probably so excited. He looks very stoic, though. But don't go anywhere. There will be one more game streamed, I think, after the victory speech, after the interview. The final round still to play, still a lot on the line. Harshan needs to not lose by a ton to retain second place. And a bunch of people vying for third, fourth, and fifth place prizes. So we'll choose a very good matchup for you guys. Yeah, Harshan's best endgame here is just to play through the eye of Fritzing, Mieved, for 34. After which Brian can go out a variety of spots. So yeah, that's probably why Groover was the best play for Brian. If it was a closer game, it might have been the difference between winning and losing. It is so powerful to have the final play in Scrabble. So yeah, Harshan, it's probably already sunk in. He will not be winning this tournament. It's pretty much won every other tournament. But still a very, very strong performance by him. He spotted his best endgame again in a lost position. Such class. So, like I said, if you like what you're watching, more of it to come on this YouTube channel. You can turn on notifications. You can subscribe, you can like the video, you can comment once the video is uploaded on the channel. And that really helps the algorithm, really helps grow the game. And it's free. Love to see all of you coming out for this. It's an awesome tournament. I wish I could have watched more. There were some crazy games. Game before this one was wild. Now Brian has the chance to just let his victory sink in. I can really just see a smile, or at least the shadow of one. Feels like Brian's face has come to life now that he realizes what he's accomplished. Nothing beats that feeling. If you're just joining, this is the decisive game in the 2026 UK Open. Brian Poe has taken 2 games in a row against Harshan to clinch championship win. Harshan about to lay down his best play, reconsidering, just double checking. It's still important for him to extract every spread point because there's a good chance he'll need to defend that spread next game for second place. Brian can just do whatever he wants here. He can just pass his turn. I don't think he could lose unless he lets Harshan play ridiculous phony words every turn. Tons of points. So technically, Harshan can still win this game. That's what I'm saying. So 2025 was Harshan's year. We see in the YouTube chat, Stuart mentioning that Harshan won the UK Open, the Easter match play, the Winter match play, the National Championship. He almost won the Masters, but Phil took that one from him. But a huge year for Harshan. He seemed almost untouchable for most of it. He even traveled stateside to the United States, play in the Albany main event. That was a huge tournament in July, where he performed very, very well as well. But yeah, what else to say? We will take a short break after this game ends. We'll get Brian prepped for interview. If you guys have any questions you'd like to ask, maybe of some other games that he played, any of the games he played on stream, if he remembers the positions, if there's something you wanted to ask him, feel free to relay that. Harshan laying down Meaved 34. Brian going to go out and also score 27 with Neep through the E on the middle left of the board, but it's almost always better to go out when you can. So Inept or Nepit to the T of Gunnites, Kane for 13, making ID and NE. And Nepit is what he spotted here. That'll be the final play of Brian Poe's incredible run. Congratulations to Brian Poe on becoming the 2026 UK Open champion. Final score 533 to 398. Harshan very likely to get second place. We will see. We show his game next round. We'll get an interview. We see the handshake. See the congratulations. We'll be taking a short break here just to get Brian prepped for an interview. And don't go anywhere. If you want to hear what that's all about, stay where you are. It'll be just a moment. We'll see you in a couple of minutes. Thanks for watching. Hey, welcome. Can you hear me? So, Brian, let me be not the first to congratulate you on your amazing run, amazing victory with 1 round to go. How do you feel? Yeah, it sometimes takes hours, days for it to settle in. I know how you feel. Yeah, well, when it does happen, I am very, very happy for you. Congratulations. How do you sorry, what were you gonna say? Okay. Um, we can hear. I can hear Brian, but the people on YouTube can't. But basically, we're gonna work on that. But Brian says it's his biggest victory ever. We were mentioning that as well. Um, yeah, it's quite incredible. What an accomplishment! And your rating, Brian, I don't know if you've noticed, is over the 200 mark. Have you noticed your rating? Yes. We'll work on that audio for you guys. But yeah, while we're working on that, if you guys have any questions, like I said, in the YouTube chat, in the Twitch chat, for Brian, I have one question lined up, but I'm sure you guys have a lot to say. But we'll be right back while we work on that. Okay, welcome back. Hopefully the audio issues have been resolved. I'm here with Brian Poe, who just clinched victory with 1 round to go in the 2026 UK Open. I guess my first question for you, Brian, is how long have you been residing in the UK?
So I came here to do my undergrad degree since 2020, and I've done 3 years, and I moved to Leeds, which is Northern England, and stayed there since.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah,
great.
2.5 years.
And like you said, like you were saying earlier, this is your first major victory. Yeah, it's really awesome. You have such a high rating now in the ABSP rankings. And what's your next big tournament? I hear you are signed up for Causeway. Is there something in between now and then that you're thinking about?
Yes, I haven't played Causeway before, so the challenge was the last one was in 2016, but I wasn't there, and I'm really thrilled to have such an opportunity to play on one of the biggest tournament in the world.
Yeah, for those unaware, Causeway already has over 300 people signed up. It's going to be at the end of May in Bangkok, Thailand. The tournament that used to be one of the top tournaments anyone wanted to go to internationally. So very excited for that one. And we will probably see you there, just performing fantastically as you have. So there were some really cool positions in your final game. I won't keep you too long. But the one position everybody was talking about was where you played Yin for 12. You put Hyena on the board. You were considering playing elsewhere. What was going through your mind at that moment where you were considering your options?
So I was roughly 100 ahead. And the first thing is obviously there's the huge triple lane. But how much am I going to sacrifice to deal with that? The first play I generated is above Starlit that scores 30 points. But it does not address the triple, the triple.
Mhm.
But if I were to deal with it, I can play Hyena for 20, keeping AEE. At first, I think Hyena is a 10-point sacrifice, which is huge at the point. And Harshan can come back with 2 bingos. The first bingo can come down from the bottom right corner, the E, playing a bingo ending in an E, which gets a triple as well. And then, so Hyena wasn't foolproof to win. And then when I look longer, after Hyena, there's a very small chance that he may draw Mangiest, which is very winning for him. It is very unlikely, but possible. So if I play Hyena and he got that down, it defeats the purpose of playing Hyena.
Right.
And Hyena wasn't too bad, or playing Yin or Hyena wasn't so bad, because when I get AEE, I can parallel to that at a triple for at least 20 points.
So yeah, I mean, it seemed like you were so close to playing for 30, but then something told you, okay, I should deal with this spot, and it's a good thing you did, because Gungiest would have come down as a triple had you not blocked with Yin or Hyena. So an amazing read on your part, deciding to just deal with the massive threat there. And then when you saw the blank, were you feeling like it was just about over?
Well, although I have a good position after drawing Infects, I was hoping it to stay on. I did play Infects for 90 odd points, but when I draw Emmy Boy, it's mathematically over, I would assume.
Yeah. And Me Boyd was definitely the nail in the coffin for you. So yeah, the couple of questions we had on YouTube were basically along those lines: how close you were to playing instead of Yin. Did Harshan tell you that you'd blocked Gungiest, or are you just hearing it from me now?
Well, when he played Gun Knights, around 10 seconds later, I saw Gungiest and realized how close it would be. It is not losing if he got Gungiest, but it will be a very different conversion.
Absolutely. Yeah. All right. Yeah, that's about what I expected. It's I don't know. It's just such an incredible 2 games that I got to commentate between you and Harshan. I won't keep you much longer, Brian. I'll let you rest on your laurels. Our last question from chat. I mean, you're going to do the BEST finals, right? Against Phil
Phil.
after this victory, right?
Yes, so that was planned the weekend 2 weeks after. We're going to play at his place in Bristol.
That's
And
great.
that was
I hope
a best of 17.
best of 17. So that's very, very exciting. I hope we get to watch that on stream too. So last question from chat. How much have you been studying for this tournament, for Causeway, for Scrabble in general? What is your routine like?
My routine is mostly studying new words because if you want to get better, you need to study new words. And also, card boxing is a smaller part. And I would say on average, I study bingos an hour a day. And card box, I think I used to do card box question by question really slowly, try to get everything correct. But recently I heard the discussion that card box, you should be getting them quicker. And if you couldn't find it in 10 seconds or even 5 seconds, that means you're not comfortable with the word and you should mark it wrong.
Yeah.
So
Awesome.
card box, if I do 30 minutes or an hour, I can get 200 or 300 questions a day.
Very good. Very good. All right. Well, that'll be it for the questions, Brian. Again, huge congrats to you. I'll let you. I think they're gonna have you play a final game, even though you clinched. So I'll let you get to that. I'll let you get to whatever. But again, huge congrats from me, from the chat, from everybody involved, and we can't wait to see what's next for you. So yeah, have a great rest of your tournament and day.
Oh, thank you. Good to hear. Thank you, Josh.
Okay. All right, we'll take it
Good
to a
luck
small
with
break
fighting.
while we get the final game set up. I just heard Harshan was also Gibsonized for second place. Both players that could catch him lost their respective games. So we might actually see a final game between Brian and Harshan, who are both Gibsonized, who are both clinching their positions. But we're going to take a small break. See you guys in just a moment. Oh, final game, 2026 UK Open. We have Gary Oliver on the left going first against Harshan Lamabadusuriya on the right. Harshan coming in as the top seed in this event needs to simply not lose by 240 points this game to retain his second place finish. Gary, on the other hand, coming in, I think, as the 19th seed, has had a great event, and he's looking to top it off here. And I wonder what his strategy is going to be coming in, because winning by 240 points, if you're trying to do that, you're going to play some crazy Scrabble. But if I were Gary, I'd probably just try to win this game and potentially get a nice third place prize. But we'll see how the game transpires. Looking forward. I don't think I've ever seen Gary play. We've seen so much of Harshan. It's always a pleasure to watch him play, find his moves, find his candidate moves. So 240 points. If the victory margin is 239 and Gary wins, then we'll have a tie for second place. And all of these things are possible because it's Scrabble. Scrabble gives and continues to give, and we don't know what's coming until the final play has been made. Gary to go first. He will draw. So, for those joining us from around the world, welcome. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know how you've been enjoying this amazing event. And make sure you like and subscribe to the YouTube channel. All right. So we see the classic breathe in, breathe out. Gary leaving his tiles face down on the table, then turning them over. Let's see what he gets. ADERRTU is the opening play, or the opening rack, pardon me. Close to a bonus, not quite there. Many options available on this turn. None of them super inspiring. First thing I think of is exchanging the U and the R. You could also play the U and the R. I don't recommend this strategy. Even though it scores 4 points rather than 0, the board will end up a little bit more constricted than usual, so your bonuses are less likely to play after this. But so many options available. Very quick decision by Gary, and it's a strong one. Istanbul, Toronto, New York. Such an international crowd. I'm here in Montreal, Canada. I actually don't know where this tournament is taking place. I should probably know. But Harshan, to respond, he has lined up Quim, Quim. Feels like that, or an exchange of the Q, the V, and whatever else you decide to get rid of. But I think Quim is worth playing. 15 points. Sets up the S nicely. Inhibits the board nicely. And here, that M did give Gary some playable bonuses. They won't really hit anything great. But the 3 words with that M are diameter, diatreme, remediat. That's a French word. I could pronounce it Frenchly. Remedia. And it looks like 67 points for that. Harshan Strong GKC. So not so great. The tournament is being held in Reading. Okay. Hope I pronounced that right. So 71-15. Harshan to respond with one of the clunkier racks I've seen in my day. Gary miscounting. 77 is the correct score. Harshan correcting that. And will we see the E-hook? Remezia takes that nice E-hook for remediate. Harshan can use that hook right now, play veg, doesn't really open a big threat given the placement of the V and the G? Or will he take points, play something like Gek in that same spot? Or will he leave the E-hook open and play something like Kak? I think he's most likely to play CACK through the A for 24 points. So I see a nice little comment on the YouTube chat, the live chat. John saying something very, very interesting about Gary Oliver, but Cat coming down for 24 and BDDIIRS is the post bingo draw. So apparently, Gary does not study words ever. Every word that he knows are from games he's played. So he's just apparently one of those rare breeds of people with an eidetic memory and doesn't need study to remember words. That is incredible. But what about words that are phony? Does he remember that they are phony? That's my question. Anyways, very cool, very cool. Who else? Jakarta. We have South Africa. Wow. Such an international crowd. Great to see all of you in the chat. So 71 to 39. And Gary can play a very nice move here of birded, or if he wants, birder through the R and the E in the center of the board, making QI and ID. Those appear to be his two top moves. Birder setting up the S, retaining the slightly worse leave of DIS. Birded, keeping IRS. There are already S hooks on the board, so I imagine that birded is superior play. But instead, we're seeing him play a drib. This is 14 points only, so it looks like he missed that overlapping potential of birded or birder. Birder using the same tiles was 15 more points. No reason not to do that, but a tough find. Harshan has drawn the blank. EFG STV. We have another score update. Harshan recounting his opponent's plays. Sometimes it's important, especially when there's a specific number you are not supposed to lose by. In this case, 240 points. Make sure you get the scores completely correct. But yeah, no playable bonus for Harshan. He can use that S hook he set up 2 turns ago to play Vets, Quims, RE, and ET. That seems pretty strong. Sets up an E hook for E Vets, so it leaves the board open with the deficit. He's going to have options to bonus if he draws well next turn. I think Vets would be the play here. Teps also plays in that same spot for 3 more points. The VG combination, perhaps slightly better in some cases than the FG combination, but I would usually be much quicker to get rid of a V than an F. I think a short simulation puts both of those plays within a couple points of each other, Teps or Vets. We'll see which direction Harshan goes. He's lined up Teps. Given the state of the board, the V's value is probably a little bit higher than usual because bingos will fit, basically. The E hook on Remedia, the D and drib, the S hook on CAC. You draw bingo with the V, it's not going to fail to be playable most of the time. But Veg still an option with Remediate, keeping a much more palatable FST blank at a 14-point sacrifice. Those 3 plays are the engine's top choices. So Veg for 23. I like this decision. This really does make it harder long term for Gary to win by the 240 point margin he needs. Blocks part of the board rather than opens. So if Harshan's really trying to win second place, he's going to be playing a lot cagier than usual. Technically is down 23, but really is up 216 points in this game for counting the differential that is needed. So Dia is the play by Gary. Khaki, nice Y hook there. That looks like his best play. 32 points, extending his lead to 55, but Harshan's drawn pretty nicely. He has one playable bonus. Just one. And it's not the easiest one to spot. We'll see how long it takes for Harshan to make a decision, and if he makes the correct one. There is no 7-letter word that plays here, only an 8. We'll see. See, a couple people in the chat have found it or looked it up. You never know. even how strong these players are, when you're in the YouTube chat, it always feels like the chatters are better than the players based on their finds. But 10 folds for 94 points. Harshan's option here. Next best option is 37. Still play Teps underneath Quim. And it looks like it's lined up. Harshan likes to line plays up in a Nigel fashion. If you have ever spoken to Harshan, you know that the conversation will almost inevitably lead to mentioning the greatest of all time, Nigel Richards, Harshan's role model in Scrabble. And is there a better role model to have than Nigel Richards himself? So 94 propels Harshan in the lead, 156 to 117, and a vowel-y draw from Gary. He did keep 2 vowels. He's drawn 3 more. Will he get rid of a lot of his tiles? Owies is playable on the bottom right, making go for 39. Owie instead, through the eye of Quim, it's 27. You could go another direction, play the new OWO underneath the TEN of 10 folds. Many options available here. More information is coming through about Gary Oliver. He is a highly accomplished numismatist. He has all sorts of coins to show off to people. So he plays OWO and Go, leaving the board a little bit more open for bonuses, keeping the very potent AEIS leave. Harshan has drawn a couple of T's. Other than that, his rack is pretty nice. But this is a case where we're going to wonder if Harshan is playing for the win of the tournament or for the win of the game. I think if he's playing to win the game, playing something like Patine or Pinite above the TEN of 10 folds, putting that P in the 9-timer lane is a very strong option. But how does Harshan lose the tournament? If Gary triple triples. So opening a triple triple in this case is not recommended. And look at that draw. If Harshan plays Pinata, Patine, or Pinite, he will get hit with heapiest triple triples. So this is actually very exciting for at least one turn. Is Harshan going to take the points 30 on offer, or is he going to play a little bit more cagey? PIA plays in the same spot, making IT and AE. That's 16 points. Very strong leave of EINT. Doesn't open a triple. Pita can be played in that spot as well. Kiani can be played in that spot, not opening a triple. I don't know what Harshan is going to do. You don't expect to get tripled on through a P, but if Harshan's going to lose the tournament, that's how he's going to do it. He's going to play a 30-point move and get hit back for 167. Or not 167, but 158. My math is correct. So we'll see. We'll see what Harshan does. I can't believe this is happening. He has no idea. He has no idea what's gonna hit him if he plays opening that triple. So what is he gonna line up? EIAN or just PIA? So he's thinking of just playing for 16. That is the logical choice in the tournament situation. Harshan is up in this game by 26, but he is up in the standings by 400, and 78 spread points, which means that if he loses this game by 240, he will lose his second place position. I think I would recommend not opening a triple, but here he goes. Wow, that was such a tense situation. He's decided not to do it. So we aren't going to see the most ridiculous fireworks imaginable, but we will see a bonus comeback for Gary Oliver. He's got 60 to 74 points on offer. Many playable bonuses here. See what he chooses. I like the comment by Phil. He was never going to open the 9-timer. Easy for you to say now that he's made a move. We like to be results oriented in Scrabble. You never know. Never know. So, Atheis is the highest score, 74 points on the bottom row. And that seems to be what Gary's chosen. So 74 points will give Gary a 32-point lead. And he's counted this as 76. It's actually 74. But Harshan going to count the play and asks to confirm the score. And then bonus with in turn. As we see, clock is neutralized once again. I believe that at least in North American and Wesper rules, this will accord Harshan an extra minute, given that it's the third time a play has been misscored. I don't know if that's the rule in the ABSP rulebook as well, but we haven't had a director call, so we don't know if Harshan wants to use that potential rule to his advantage. In turn for 80 fits in only one spot, fit in two before this play of Atheis. But underneath the S and the E of Atheis, you can form SI and DEN, score 80 points. So, what is he looking at? I am not sure. His letters are not aligned yet. It would be extremely shocking if he misses this. There we go. There it is. Harshan going to retake the lead with this play. Let's see what Gary draws out of the bag. Pretty nice. AAEILNZ. So if people are saying that Gary doesn't study, why does he line his tiles up in alphabetical order then? I'm very curious. Because normally, if you study by alphagram. So the letters are in alphabetical order and you retain the pattern. This is a very interesting, maybe he's doing that for us. Maybe he likes to line things up alphabetically. We have some insight there. That'd be awesome. 80 points for intern. This kind of feels like Harshan's ticket to second place. Seems very difficult with only 40 remaining tiles to lose this game by 240, but we've seen crazier things. Over to Gary. He can score underneath Athei's to the triple for 49 points and take out that scoring spot, or he can just play Za on top of the EI, or even on top of the OL of 10 folds. Keep the very strong AEILN leave. Try to bonus on the next turn. See what direction he goes in. AJLNSUY. That is Harshan's draw. Very nice draw. Balanced. 2 vowels, 4 consonants, and a Y. He should be able to do something decent next move. At the very least, JA in the same spot on top of 10 folds. A lot of points, depending on what Gary Oliver does here. Harshan much lower on the clock, but 13 minutes with 40 remaining tiles is not that bad. Seeing the play of Nazi for 46. The choice by Gary, creating a little bit more of a reasonable lane underneath the R and the E of remediate. He's going straight for the throat here, but Harshan is going to come back for a lot of points. That bottom triple was very dangerous to leave open. And JASY for 63 is sure to come next. All right. You see the little bit of a tradition. Gary was hesitating a little bit or drawing the 3 tiles. AEILOTV. 63 points for Harshan, but there is, of course, a 7-letter word playable now for Gary Oliver. We all know the word. Some of us have seen it already. Some of us are seeing it right now. I believe Gary Oliver is going to see Violate, which now fits very nicely under in the spot he just created. This play of Nazi. And Harshan with a very clunky draw. He will not be able to do much about his position. This is going to take a 20-point lead for Gary. That is 85 points. And Harshan, again, a very awkward pull. Probably his best play is to go with WULL for 20 points, making lay on the bottom left. There's nowhere to play the X productively. You could try and set up a spot for it by playing Unwill through the I of Violate, setting the X up on the triple, but that triple is so likely to be used, it may not be worth it. That'd be a very interesting option as well. I have noticed that it seems Gary's strategy doesn't really involve playing any defense. It Seems like he likes open boards. He's comfortable leaving scoring spots, bingo spots open. So maybe specifically against a player who doesn't really mind volatility, play of Unwill might be reasonable. The engine giving favor to the play of Wool for 20. Harshan counting the remaining tiles. There are now 19 tiles left in the bag. And look at that draw for Gary. That's pretty strong. Just one tile off of a bonus. 4 pines is a word, but it doesn't fit through the eye of violate. I've tried to play 4 spin before. Maybe I'm the only one. Maybe I have some people in the chat that have also tried that word. Backspin, top spin, no 4 spin. Once again, there's a scoring discrepancy. We have the scores here, but players are responsible for maintaining the differential and the cumulatives themselves. And there are often discrepancies between players on what they think the score is. That's been rectified. Harshan's lined up Wool. I think that'll come down. If he draws an I, he gets XI on top of the IO violate. Pretty nice. And I guess after this play, it would seem like Gary has an interest in just overlapping PIA with something like FOP or PROF. PROF would be interesting because it sets up a triple-triple. He is trying to win big. That is his last chance to do so. Just to open a triple-triple and get it down. Harshan definitely not super thrilled with tying the game up at this stage, keeping 3 consonants. Definitely feels like Gary's in the driver's seat in terms of winning this game, but I'm pretty sure Harshan can be very aware that his chances of getting knocked out of second place are slim to nil in this position. So FOP or PROF look pretty good here, like I said, on top of the PI. Yeah, top of the board. Harshan has drawn 4 vowels, including 3 O's. There were tons of O's to draw. And there he has drawn 3 of them. So FOP, Gary's play. He's just trying to win the game here. Very, very smart decision. Don't open a big scoring spot. Keep a very strong combination. Maybe you draw something with spit next turn. That triple on top of the N of Nazi is just sitting there, not used. And it's still not going to be used after this move. I think Harshan just has to drop his XI for 52. He did draw that I and keep 3 O's. Can't feel very good to do that. But it's just so many more points than anything else. You got to do it. So look at that draw. EEHNRST for Gary. So he's getting closer and closer to a bonus. Unfortunately, on this board, it's just so hard to get a bonus down. And if Gary isn't careful, the door will be shut. He plays something like EH on top of the FO of FOP. That makes a lot of sense. Sets up the S for shop, but Harshan could just eliminate that book by playing 2 tiles to the triple. That does look like a strong option. And with the scores close, Gary only down 23 here. That's probably his best play. I just don't see a way of productively opening the board for your bingo tiles. There isn't a great option that uses the triple above the end, but maybe there, HERE is worth doing for 29. And EH is the play, 28. So Harshan has drawn a 4th O, and he is down 5 points here. And he's got to think that play of EH. Does Gary have that final S for shop? There are no other hooks available, no wop, no chop. So is Harshan concerned with that, or does he just have to deal with what he has in front of him? 4 O's feels like the best play is probably just to ignore that setup or potential setup. Play oboe on the bottom above the HEI of Atheis. It's 22 points, gets rid of 2 of the O's. It doesn't really do a great job in the end game for timing, though. There's 8 tiles in the bag now. If Harshan plays 3 and Gary is able to score and not empty the bag, it's going to be close, but Gary's going to have the advantage most of the time. The benefit to playing 3 tiles is that if Gary does use that big scoring spot that we've been talking about, that triple on the middle left of the board, he will be emptying the bag. But can Harshan withstand such a play with such terrible tiles? We'll have to find out. I don't think there's any other play here other than potentially just exchanging. Trying to go for that S. It's a very tough position for Harshan. I think you just have to tough it out, though. He's probably looking and seeing the G's and the M. Those can score very well on that triple. But had Gary had a G or an M or a balanced rack, would he not have used that triple if he could have? So you can potentially, if you're Harshan, infer a strong leave, but not a high scoring leave, which is exactly what Gary had. Go with oboe, hope you don't get hit hard. Hope you can withstand. So Harshan up 17 points. This is such a close game. If Gary wants to score points here, he has to empty the bag. Tenge for 26 seems like his best option using that triple. But he's so close to a bonus. Do you not want to set up another spot? It feels very tempting to play something like Ing from the Iron Drib to set up the S. Also sets up the O, but it sets up a second spot for a bonus. You're likely to draw one on the top row. This is a very tough position. Gary has a ton of time to think about this. If he doesn't want to empty the bag, but does want to score points, Erst ERST for 30 plays above the EH that he just played last move. Leaves 1 in the bag. I just feel like the threat is Harshan using that middle triple, and if he does, playing 5 tiles, the likelihood of Harshan drawing a final tile and being able to go out next move is pretty high, and that might be enough to win. Very interesting stuff here. Down 17 points. Really does feel like going for a bonus is what Gary's going to decide on, but Tenge for 26. I'm going to look ahead if he does that. Look at this end game. If he does Tenge, Harshan does have winning sequences in the end game. So that will probably lead to Harshan victory if Gary Oliver empties the bag. However, if he plays first, with Harshan's exact rack, Harshan will be able to play for 26 without due. That's what he's looking at right now. If he does this, it's going to be very, very close. I don't know who's going to win this game. Very exciting stuff in this final round of the 2026 UK Open. Go for 4. What a play by Gary Oliver. Kelly Harshan, I am so close. What are you going to do about it? Wow. What an awesome option. How likely is Gary Oliver to draw into a playable bonus? Very likely. How likely is it that Harshan can block that bonus? Somewhat likely. Harshan might need to pivot here, sacrifice a lot of points, block the easier lane on top of the GO. But Gary's drawn into Sterner, renters, re-rents. How is Harshan going to fade this bingo? It doesn't seem likely that he can. Wow, what a great play, Gary. Just a 1-tile play, keeping such a strong 6-tile leave. This is putting Harshan in a terrible position, and I think he knows it. He might be ahead 13 points, but he might decide on just dealing with it, rolling with the punch. What we do know is that even if Harshan loses this game, he retains his second place finish. But of course, who is playing Scrabble not to win as many games as possible? I think Harshan is going to do his best here to win as many scenarios as possible. Unseen to Harshan, AEEGNRRSTU. That feels so dangerous. If he plays outgo, that might block a number of playable bonuses. What if he does that? If he plays outgo, he blocks everything. That's crazy. Wow. Outgo to the GO is Harshan's potentially winning play. It will still give Gary one more chance with 1 tile in the bag to go for something. But that would lead to a 28-point buffer for Harshan. Wow. 3 minutes left, and he's doing it. No, he's playing Tolu instead. No, same tiles, wrong play. Tolu will lead to Sterner. And that should be it. That should be it. I don't see Harshan coming back from this. He'll be down 60 points. I think Gary Oliver is going to take this. Harshan was so close. Such a unintuitive idea to play outgo and set up 3 floaters. Usually, setting up floaters is worse than leaving 7s lanes. But I don't know that in this case that was correct. Makes so much sense, forcing Gary to start his bonus with an S. And there it is, Sterner for 83. And that's it. The U is the last tile in the bag. There are multiple spots for that tile. Harshan does not have a bonus back. He does not have a 70-point play. Gary Oliver taking this final round. Harshan losing 3 in a row on stream, but retaining second place in the 2026 UK Open. But this means Gary Oliver will be in 3rd place at the end of all this. An incredible result for him. What a run and what a game. Really interesting stuff. Gary, even though there's just 1 tile to draw, he has his routine Does not look at it for quite some time. Love to see it. Harshan, his best play is to just go with Dogma, 38 points, making AN. That'll lead to a 50-point or so loss. 40-point. Wow. 1.5 minutes to make a move. It will be Harshan's final move of the UK Open. So this is very, very important for Gary to win this game. That's what I was saying earlier, because had he lost this game by any margin, he might have slipped into 4th place, pending results in other games. So I think he did the right thing. Strategy, just try to win this game. Don't go crazy. Try and win by the correct margin. And he got there. GO is a formidable play. Harshan with 50 seconds, a little bit shaky, puts down Dogma. Again, a perfect endgame. He's 3 out of 3 for endgames and 0 for 3 on winning this day. I don't mean to rub it in. It's such an incredible thing to watch. Such top level play from Harshan every time we see him. Gary has 10.5 minutes to find a spot for his U. If somehow he doesn't find one of his 6 spots, it's okay. Harshan still can't win the game. What a game, though. Very, very interested in many of these decisions. Veg was an interesting one, but it all came down to that final attempt by Harshan to block with Tolu. Very good idea, removing tons of threats from the board, but not enough. Four is the total, or the highest score for Gary Oliver here. While we're waiting for him to find an outplay, just want to congratulate all of the players. Harshan for 2nd, Gary for 3rd, and of course Brian Poe clinching the tournament last round. Fantastic performance for him. Huge thanks as well for team putting the stream together. We have Rick, we have Ruth, we have Joseph in the background, just making sure everything's running as smoothly as possible. And this is their first big attempt, a live stream. What a success it's been. Is the final play. 487 to 457 in this final game. It's bittersweet. It's over. What a tournament for the ages. Congratulations to all the winners. Congratulations to Gary for taking this final game, obtaining 3rd place. Harshan holding on to 2nd. And for all of you, I'm Josh Sokol. I'm so appreciative that I was able to commentate these final games for you guys. It's been a fantastic time. So thank you very much. We'll see you all soon. I'm going to take my leave and let the stream wrap up. We might have an interview. We might have something else for you guys. Thanks for watching.